Hey everybody, welcome to Help Wanted, our Wednesday afternoon D&D stream. We are going to be picking up where we left off, but first just a couple of announcements. We are still continuing our contest for the box of mystery minis provided by Farbo.co, our sponsor. There is a link in the panels down below that is keyed to your Twitch account. If you share that around, you will get points on our leaderboard, and the person at the top of the leaderboard by this Sunday will get a mystery box of minis up to a $15 value. It's pretty cool. And go check out Farbo.co. Their link will be popping up in the stream. Feel free to check them out. They have lots of RPG-related materials and merchandise for you. In addition to that, we are currently running a contest where my players are trying to get me to dab on camera. I refuse. Absolutely. But I have told them that if they can get us to 200 subscribers by the end of this month, I will dab on camera. We are at 45 as of last night. So good luck to them. I hope that they make every effort to make it happen, because I would really like to see that number of subscriptions. But I hope that they fail and fall just short of it so that I don't have to dab on camera. Maybe you can make their dreams come true. There are also some prizes linked to that, and you could find out more about that if you go to our Discord page. There's a link to that as well. You can find out all of the goodies that we are giving away right there on Discord. In any event, let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and let the players introduce their characters, and we'll get going.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead and start. I'm Alex, and I'll be playing the part of Kolak. Kolak is a dragonborn barbarian of the Beast subtype that has been recently released in the Unearthed Arcana. Been trying that out lately, and it feels pretty nice. Yeah, I'll be trying not to die as I take as many hobgoblins and goblins in general down with me.
Chris, why don't you?
I'm Chris. I play Sentry, the Warforged Eldritch Knight, recently awoken from his 100-year slumber.
Hey guys, my name's John. I'll be playing Ty Birchbound, young human monk, and he's just happy to be included.
Hey, I'm Fiona, and I'm playing Talus, an exile of the Awathan clans, whose current job is to prevent all of these idiots from dying.
Accurate.
I am our only healer.
And I'm Zoe. I'm playing Lucy, who is an ex-assassin that's being possessed by one of her victims. And he's not very smart, so we'll see how long I last.
All right, and I'm the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master today, and pretty much every day of the week. We last left off where this ragtag band was hired by the Priestess Orica, priestess of Morgan, the goddess of war and battle, to protect the road leading to her small town of Ridgefort. The road has been dealing with goblinoid bandits that have been ransacking travelers on the road. The little ambush that they fended off led them down a path to this hobgoblin camp, not far from the roadside, and with the intentions of performing some reconnaissance and possibly ambushing the camp, Ty got himself caught with his superb stealthy skills, and all hell has broken loose. When we are at the point now where Sentry has kind of stood in the midst of these enemies, drawing their attention with Ty coming in to support him at the mouth of this pathway. and of course Kolok just rushing into battle in a rage. Meanwhile, Lucy and Talus are standing support and watching the events unfold. We'll pick up with you, Lucy, as two of your allies are in the midst of these combatants, some of which are covered in fairy fire, others of which are covered in blood, while Sentry gets flanked from both sides. What would you like to do?
Great. I see that last week me burned through a lot of spell slots. Let's see what I can do. I'm gonna magic missile.
Oh, magic missile.
I'm gonna magic missile the hobgoblin closest to Sentry.
Okay, sure. Those are gonna smack into him. Just go ahead and roll the damage. So that's 11 damage to the hobgoblin as three arcane blasts of energy. What do your magic missiles look like? Why don't you describe them to me?
I think they're fairly invisible because I mostly have psychic powers, but I feel like she just kind of stands there and maybe, moves her hands forward and like light blue ghostly aura surrounding what otherwise would be invisible magic missiles, giving them, you can see them only from the glow, kind of shoot out into the sky.
Awesome.
Right in the nuts.
And they slam into him in this 1-2-3 fashion as they home in on your target, and he goes down.
Yay!
Boom, another one down. And another one. And another one.
Ty?
Okay, so I'm going to come behind this bugbear to flank with Sentry, and first I'm going to give him the old quarterstaff. AC 16.
AC 16 for the quarterstaff is going to hit the bugbear. Yep.
Excellent. Does he live?
With the first blow.
Will, if I'll knock, he does. Okay.
Yeah, he does.
Well, then I will key point and flurry.
Go for it.
So first unarmed strike. I think that'll do. 7 more bludgeoning, and I will knock him out if presented with the opportunity.
Right. The next blow does not knock him out. He is still standing. The third strike, he finally just
he just misses.
Yeah. Ty, you like come up and like hit him with the quarterstaff, kick him once, and you come around with a fist, and the bugbear just bats your fist out of the way with his big furry hand.
Okay. And then I'll finish my move and come back around here and stand next to Sentry.
Sure. Sentry?
Done.
Sentry, you were in a bad position, but things are looking up for you.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Okay. Sentry's gonna move around the other. Sentry's gonna move around the other side of the bugbear. Hey, quick question: have I used my action surge yet?
In this combat?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember because there's no checkboxes or anything.
Don't recall. Let's say
I know that I used my second wind.
You did use your second wind. I don't think you did.
Okay, cool. All right, just curious, just for my own point of reference.
Are you using the D&D Beyond sheet for this, or the Roll20 sheet?
I'm using the Roll20 sheet.
Okay, gotcha.
If you want, I can start using both. That's not that big a deal.
No, whatever's more comfortable for you. You can track your usage of your action surge on D&D Beyond. That's all.
Yeah. I will be swinging a greatsword at this bugbear. I will not be going non-lethal because fuck this bugbear.
You miss. He blocks it with he blocks it with his club.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Well, I think he has a Morning Star. He's probably got a Morning Star.
All right, but
he does.
At the end of that, I am going to action surge and throw the javelin at that bugbear that I split with the greatsword.
Okay, go for it.
That is not an advantage. Damn it! All right, that's fine.
Yeah, your javelin goes, just lands in the dirt right in front of him.
It's his javelin. I'm giving it back to him.
Oh, that's true. Are there goblins alive? There are.
Yep. There's
Kolak, the two goblins nearest you are gonna kind of back the hell up, and let's see, probably to there and there. Where did they start? Let me start over. They started here. This one's gonna back up to there. This one's gonna back up to here. They're both gonna attempt to hide. Try and stealth away. What's your passive?
Oh, my passive is a 13.
Okay. Then they're going to... They definitely dip out of sight behind these tents and then pop back up with short bows and fire at you. The first one misses. Second one hits for 7 piercing damage.
Still raging, so is that 3 then?
That's 3. This guy over here is going to dip up to here and sneak up and fire a shot at Ty. He's got the clearest view to him. 19 to hit, Ty. And that's going to be a 6 piercing damage.
That is going to be no piercing damage because I deflect it.
Nice. All right.
I am not going to spend the key point to throw it back, though.
Okay, understood. The bugbears go. So this bugbear is still so far away. He's gonna move up here and try to sneak up. That's not what I wanted. Let's see. Anybody who can beat a 12 sees where he is.
Passive?
Yeah, 12 passive. Anybody with a 12 passive can see this bugbear here.
That is not me.
Talus does not.
What's that? Who does not?
Talus does not. Talus
Lucy
and
also
Lucy
doesn't.
are having a pick.
Okay. The two bugbears are going to double up on Sentry so that they get their so that they get advantage for flanking him. That's a 20 to hit you, Sentry.
That's a hit.
12 piercing.
Oh, yay!
And the other one, 17 to hit. Actually, 23 to hit. 23 to hit.
23 to... Oh, my God.
He has advantage.
Yes, that's a hit.
All right, 18 piercing.
All right. Oh, boy. I am at negative 12.
No, you're at 0.
At 0.
Yeah, it net zeros. Unless they do twice your hit points in damage in a single blow, which would just make you dead. Okay. You just, as soon as you drop to 0, you're at 0. It doesn't go into negative like
Alrighty.
previous editions. I think that's all
Yikes.
I think that's all the bugbears. So Kolak,
Like fucking buses, man.
they
Go
do.
ahead and tail slam this guy over here who's
Okay.
still lit up.
Go for it. That's gonna
Maybe
hit.
a 20.
Nine
Only 9.
9 damage to him. Alright. He's still standing.
Kolak's just going to continue to keep roaring and being a nuisance to everybody, gathering as much attention as he can. Just,
Nice.
Come on! Show me where your leader is. I'm itching for a better fight.
The leader's the one on the warg right there, and he's going to show you where he is right now. The warg is going to bite you first. 24 to hit.
That is.
That's 8 piercing damage. Make a strength save.
I have that at advantage because I'm raging. 19.
Alright, then you're not knocked prone. But the hobgoblins that are on either side of you are then going to start taking swings at you. This one's going to move here so that he's flanking with the warg. And you're going to take 3 attacks from hobgoblins, all with advantage.
Fun.
Let's see. Number 1, 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Alright, they are using their weapons one-handed, so you're going to take, let's see, 6 from the first one. And then the second one is going to be a 22 to hit and deal 8. Third one's going to be a 19 to hit and deal 8. Of course, those are full, so you'll have to reduce them.
I did the subtractions.
All right, that's fine.
All right.
I think that's
14 out of 35 right now.
Yeah. That's all the hobgoblins and the warg. So Talus, it's your action.
Okay, time to do what Talus does best.
Yell at everybody for being stupid?
No, that comes after the fight.
Okay, gotcha.
Talus is going to cast Healing Word at 2nd level on Sentry.
Cool. Sentry, you have 12 hit points now. You are still prone.
So, Sentry, you just hear the beat of Talus's drum louder and louder as your body slowly starts to move to the beat, and you find yourself awake again. If a little moving, so a little sporadic.
That camera wind up noise, that
yeah.
The Windows startup sound.
And then Talus is going to use Vicious Mockery on the bugbear that's, we'll say the one that's above Sentry, so the one not in between him.
This one here?
Wow, that's bad damage. But yeah, so they need to make a wisdom save.
A wisdom save? Okay. He succeeds on his wisdom save.
Okay. Other than that, I think Talus is perfectly fine where he is. So that will be my turn.
You make fun of how he smells, and he sniffs himself and thinks he smells fine.
I use a really obscure Awathan insult that nobody understands.
And he just shrugs.
And your grandma knits with one hand.
Sentry, like I said, you are prone, and as the healing spell takes over, the Intel Inside logo pops up in your eyes, and you get ready to get back up. Lucy, we're back to the top of the round. It is your action.
Lucy's feeling pretty drained, magic-wise. I think she's just gonna bust out a crossbow, because I haven't done that yet.
That's fair.
Can I see the hobgoblins that are near Kolak?
All of them are easy to see. Absolutely, they're standing wide open. The one right behind Kolak that is covered in fairy fire, you will have advantage to hit, and he has already taken a hit from Kolak, a pretty nasty one with his tail.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to take him out with the crossbow.
Sounds good. Oh shoot, I attacked Kolak with the leader as if he was a normal hobgoblin. He is not. That should have been different, but that's okay. Next round. Alright, so Lucy That is a 14 to hit with your crossbow. It is going to... he raises his shield up and deflects the bolt. Or it just kind of...
Can I...
Go ahead.
Can I use my inspiration from last week, or does it expire?
It doesn't expire, but you already had advantage. So inspiration just gives you advantage. Yep. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, well, she's like... I think she just looks at her crossbow and she's like, I might be proficient in this, but I'm not that good.
Ty, it's your action.
Okay, so the bugbear that I'm sort of flanking with Sentry is going to take a quarterstaff, but I think that's going to miss. And I will key point flurry, hit him with the unarmed strike. Hey, that is a hit.
That is a hit. 7 bludgeoning damage to him. Yeah. He takes the 7, and you like bang him in the head with your unarmed strike, or part of the probably a part of the body that would do a lot more damage from an unarmed strike.
Elbow.
Yep. And he turns and growls at you, spittle filling his mouth. You did flurry, correct? So
I did. So I've got one more.
You've got one more attack.
He's still up.
He is still up.
5 more bludgeoning.
That is going to put him down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
He turns and growls at you, and you just give him the old uppercut.
Crap out of him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will use my move, and I will leapfrog up to here for Sentry. Done.
Nice. You got it. Sentry.
Sentry's going to use 15 feet of movement to stand up.
Absolutely.
And then he's going to try and cut this piece of shit. Hold up a sec. You will not escape me again, criminal. As he swings his greatsword at the bugbear in front of him.
You strike the bugbear, thanks to Ty's distracting them. And that's gonna end the bugbear. He is done. Your greatsword slashing heavily through him.
Alright, and then I am going to cut this bugbear's approach off.
Okay. Did you have a what is your passive perception?
14.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You head right over there and you stop his maneuvering.
Mm-hmm.
The goblins
saying, "Stop right there, criminal scum."
The goblins are once again going to try and find advantageous positions and sneak around the camp, as goblins tend to do. Let's see if they are stealthy enough to stay out of sight. I don't think an 8's going to do it, so this time they are fully visible. They do not get advantage on their archery attacks, but this guy's going to launch an arrow at Kolak. That's a 9 to hit, so that's not going to hit.
That's not going to do it.
Let's see, how far away is Talus from this dude? 65 feet. Alright, so that's in range of the short bow, so he's going to go ahead and fire a shot at Talus.
Oh boy, lots of arrows for Talus.
Yeah, 5 to hit. 5 to hit. That's not going to hit.
Going to do it.
Alright, and Sentry, this guy back here is going to launch an arrow at you. That's going to be a 16 to hit.
That's a miss.
Alright. It bounces off of your plating and cracks as the arrow hits you. Then the lone bugbear that's left is going to attack you, Sentry, considering you're standing directly in front of him. Here comes a Morning Star, 21 to hit.
God damn it.
12 damage.
Down to 0.
Knocked out twice.
He looks down at you and goes, "No criminal here." Kolak?
I'm gonna go ahead and tail bash the dude behind me real quick again.
Of course.
At least if I can. Damn.
Yeah, his heavy armor, you slam the tail against it, and he puts his shield in the way and just braces himself for the blow.
And I'm gonna go ahead and glare at the leader.
Okay.
So Kolak's got like a big old shield in front of him while he's wailing around with his tail.
Right.
And he just looks up at the leader and goes, "We've killed many of yours. You've only taken down one of us. You can run now, and maybe you'll get out of here with the rest of your men intact. That's your option." And I'll go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
As you say.
Oh!
Ooh.
24, huh? Let's see. He's gonna have to... I'll have him make a roll against that, I think. I think it'd be... What would I have to use?
I think it'd be an insight check.
Yeah.
Maybe a wisdom check.
Yeah, I was
Typically, it would be against a fixed DC set by the DM.
Yeah, that's true.
I know we've killed like 8 or 9 of their people.
You have. You have killed about 8 or 9 of their people. And Sentry is down. He looks at you. Intimidation rolls really high, but I honestly don't think he would scare so easily. You've been taking just rains of blows.
Yeah, but I'm still up, and
You're
that
still up.
should be worrying.
All right. I will say this. He seems to be looking around the battlefield after you say that, assessing things. His numbers are shrinking, but he has you surrounded. And I think he would be like... he would be unsure. So he's gonna attack you. Let's see. He gets multi-attack. He's gonna attack you and tell his men, strategic retreat. Pull back. And then he's gonna attack you. 18 to hit with the first one.
That hits.
Alright, that's 10 damage. And 18 to hit with the second one.
That hits.
That's 12 more. And the warg is going to attempt to bite you. 20 to hit you with the warg.
That hits.
10 more. And I need you to make a strength save. That does not save. You are prone.
They have advantage.
Oh, you do have advantage. I'm so sorry. That's right. The warg is going to disengage. Oh, no, the warg uses its action to attack you. So it's going to provoke an attack of opportunity as it... actually, he's going to stay there. And his... the 2 hobgoblins behind you are going to attack and run. So you'll get an attack of opportunity on one of them. 13 to hit you with the first one.
No.
And 4 to hit you with the second one. So they both miss. They're intimidated, and they're gonna back up. They're gonna head back this way, 30 feet. So you'll get an attack of opportunity against one.
I'm not going to incur more of this by like pissing them off as they're running away.
Okay. So he calls for a strategic retreat and starts to back up. The warg has attacked. The warg is he's actually gonna move here and try to like block the way. of everyone. So once again, you have a you can take an attack of opportunity against the warg if you so desire.
I do not wish to make him want to stay here any longer.
Okay. Talus, are you down, by the way? It says 0 hit points on roll 20.
Yeah.
You're unconscious?
Yeah, that basically the boss and his work together managed to take me down.
Oh, okay. I was unaware of that. So then you wouldn't be getting attack of opportunities because you're unconscious.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I didn't realize you were unconscious. All right. Let's just do this. That might change his mind a little bit. Talus, it's your action.
Okay, so Talus has an important decision to make, which is which beefy boy do I bring back up? Let's see. Talus is going to bring back Kolok this time because it only seems fair to
distribute healing.
Distribute the means of healing.
That's not bad. 11 hit points back, Kolok. And you are no longer unconscious.
And then we're gonna go... Well, one sec. Who can I reach with a vicious knock? No... I'm going to Vicious Mockery the last remaining bugbear.
Okay. He will make a wisdom save and see if he understands your, let's see if he understands your mockery. That is an 18 wisdom save.
Ah, that is going to make it. These are the wisest bugbears I've ever seen.
You're not used to the types of insults that would mock bugbears.
Doesn't really understand how insults work here, least of all with bugbears.
Lucy, it is your action.
Great. Great. Is there anybody I can still see from where I am?
This bugbear you can now see because he's not. A sentry was attacking him, so you have a good line of sight to him. You can see this goblin here. This one's probably behind this tent, so you don't really have a line of sight to him. But you can see this goblin here from where you are. We use a little measuring stick. You probably have line of sight to this goblin, this bugbear, all these boys right here in the middle. You can see all of them, and this goblin over here.
Okay, cool. I think I'm just gonna take another chance with my light crossbow at the bugbear close to Sentry since he's down.
Okay. That is going to be a miss. It kind of catches in the tent.
Can I use my inspiration?
You can. Yep, that's fine. So it hits, and go ahead and roll your damage. There you go.
Well, that's the worst I could have done. But well, I hit it.
All right. Ty?
Okay. So these guys do seem like they are actually fleeing.
They formed up a retreat in the center of the camp. Once Kolok said that, the goblins kind of like the hobgoblins around him kind of panic attacked, tried to get him down so that they can pull back. But they see that their camp is being overrun, and they're trying to reform in the center.
Okay. Well, I am going to move up next behind a Sentry, and does Sentry have like a mouth or anything, or just like a speaker grating? Because I want whatever he's got up on the front of his face, I'm gonna pour a potion of healing into for my action.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, there would be an induction port.
Okay, great.
An induction port.
Dump some gasoline in there.
I love it.
Yeah.
You did say that Sentry could choose to eat.
Yes.
That's 5 hit points. There you go. And I guess I will. Yeah, I guess I will just hold my position here.
Okay, sounds good. Sentry, it's your action.
All right. Sentry's gonna stand up, turning to Ty. Thank you for your assistance. You will
No
be.
problem.
We need to fall back and regroup.
No voice changer today, huh?
Oh, wait, what? Did I not use it?
No.
No.
Nope.
Oh, what?
I was wondering if you had it set up or not.
We need to fall back and regroup.
There we go.
Much
There
better.
we go.
What
Yeah.
if Sentry started talking and it was just a very human-y voice, and then he like coughs and he's like, "Oh."
Sorry, I was just making that voice to sound cool.
Got some grease in my windpipes.
He is, however, going to use his full action to disengage
Okay.
and get behind the cover of this tent.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. All right. The goblins are going to move back here. And this one's going to move here. And here. They're going to try and sneak around. This one gets hidden. The other two who are glowing do not. The one that's hidden is going to take a pot shot at Ty with his bow. 17 to hit.
That's a hit.
Okay, 5 piercing damage from the goblin. These two
No
goblins.
piercing damage.
What's that? Oh, no piercing
I
damage.
deflect for no piercing damage.
Nice. Deflect missiles is so ridiculous. Couple short bow attacks against Kolak as these two run away.
Both of them have disadvantage because they're prone.
They do. That's a 10 to hit. That's going to miss. The second one, the disadvantage is a 16.
Still misses.
Okay. So they're good there. The bugbear, the last remaining bugbear, he is going to take a 5-foot step forward, attack Ty with his Morningstar, miss with his Morningstar, and then retreat. You will get an attack of opportunity against him.
He just gets away scot-free.
Oh, you used your reaction to deflect
To
missiles.
deflect missiles.
Okay. Kolak?
Kolak's going to go ahead and chug one of his healing potions.
Okay.
That's going to be a back for him.
Hell yeah.
Putting him back at 19, good. And he's going to go ahead and, let's see, so he had to do 15 foot to get up, so that's 5, 10, 15, and then kind of just dash the rest of the way. Back to basically Ty's side since he's at the front.
Sure.
And he'll look back to the leader and kind of like rub his chin. He's been kind of roughed up by this. He's kind of okay right now, but he looks to the leader. All right, taken out over half of your forces so far, but we're wounded ourselves. So how about you just stop attacking caravans, and we'll call it a day.
The Hobgoblin leader considers your words and says, We may be retreating now, but that doesn't mean you've won this. Maybe this battle. But we will return.
Alright, I'm fine either way.
Alright. The Hobgoblin leader is going to position himself between you and Ty here to kind of block the way for his retreating troops. And Kolak, his the warg is going to try and pull Ty down with a bite.
Oh boy.
That's a 15 to hit.
That's a miss. I
Okay.
just duck out of the way.
Yep. And then the Hobgoblin the captain is going to take a swing at Kolak. That's going to miss. And then he'll take another swing. You know what? I think he would take another swing at Kolak. Kolak's been mouthy. That's a 14 to hit. That's not going to hit either.
Nope.
The other hobgoblins are going to sheathe their swords, pull their longbows, and continue to back up. Talus?
Okay, so for once, no one's laying on the ground. So let's see what we can do. Talus is going to move up 30 feet.
Okay.
Because he's not so sure about this whole letting people run away thing. He doesn't know if that's how things work here, but it seems like bad form. One moment, my roll 20 seems to have lost its connection.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
I have no idea why.
Yeah.
Okay, refreshed seemed to fix it.
Alright.
There we go. Move up. And have you seen Talus move? My roll 20 seems to be having some connection problems.
No, Talus has not moved.
He's still where he is.
Weird. Okay, let me see if I can just completely restart. Sorry about this.
Where do you want to move him? I'll move him for you. Just 20... do you want to move straight forward, or...
Just move him in a diagonal 30. So, yeah, right.
Right there? Alright, cool. I gotcha.
And I think it should be working now, so let's try. What would be the best course? Talus is going to cast Bane, even though I don't think he can quite reach all three possible targets.
Okay, where's he casting it? Drop the... Oh, where are you trying to cast it?
I can just target up to 3 creatures that I can see within 30 feet of me.
Gotcha, okay, so which 3 creatures are you trying to target? Alright, so you can get this bugbear here.
Yeah, I can get the leader and the bugbear. I don't think I can quite reach anyone else.
You get the warg also. You can bane his warg.
Oh, yes, I would also like to bane the warg.
Okay. Alright.
So Talus is going to pull out his little bone flute and play a very high-pitched shrill note that only they can hear, and they have to make a charisma saving throw.
The bugbear fails and gets baned. The hobgoblin leader is going to make his charisma save. He succeeds. And the warg 15.
15 is the DC. Does
Okay.
matching...
Yeah, you set the DC, and I have to meet or beat it. So,
okay, so that beats it.
Okay, so the bugbear does get baned. So from this point on, he has to subtract a D4 from his rolls, correct?
Yes, from attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay, cool. Any bonus actions?
As a bonus action, Talus is going to give a lovely little inspiration to... Who could use it? Ty, right now. So, Ty, you now have a bardic inspiration.
Is that a D6?
Yes.
Cool.
Sweet. All right.
And that is my turn.
Sounds good. Lucy?
As a bonus action, can I try to speak into the mind of the Hobgoblin leader?
Yes. You can do that, sure. Go ahead, use your telepathic speech.
Oh great, I can talk to him for 7 hours. I definitely need that.
For 7 hours, you can speak telepathically to the Hobgoblin leader.
Just break him down psychologically, slowly. It's a long talk.
But, for this round, I'm going to start it with... I think she's going to try to muster up her most intimidating sounding voice and speak into his mind and say, like, hey, how does this feel, dying from the inside out? And then I'm going to cast Mind Thrust.
Ooh. I'll give you advantage on your Mind Thrust. Or do I make a saving throw against it?
Yeah.
Okay, I will have him make the saving throw at disadvantage for that nifty little bit of role playing. He is not sure what the hell is happening right now, so he'll make.
Yeah, and Lucy, I want to be clear. She's just kind of standing by the tree. I don't think it's clear that she's doing anything right now.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But you start speaking into his mind, and then use Mind Thrust. And that may not be something you can do all the time, but I think in this moment, I think that that'll give him disadvantage, and he's going to fail his save and take the 11 psychic damage.
Great.
And then,
next turn, he also can only do an bonus action, or move.
He can only do one of those things. Okay. Understood. Ty? Go ahead.
He can speak back anything, but...
What's that? He can speak back, right?
Yeah. So I can just talk to him for 7 hours.
Yes, you guys can hold a conversation for 7 hours. Absolutely.
Okay. Fantastic. Can I reach the leader where he is on his mount?
Yeah, you can reach the leader.
Great.
This is just a representation of him being on the mount, but yeah, you can reach him.
So I'm gonna whack him with the quarterstaff, and I'm just gonna look over to Kolak and say, "Are we still fighting these guys or what? This guy seems pretty aggressive."
He's still attacking us and not retreating, so let's keep beating on him until he does.
Alright. So in that case, I will start by moving here, just kind of scooting around the outside to flank with Kolak. I will whack the leader, AC 17.
17 to whack the leader is going to hit.
Okay. That's 8 bludgeoning with the quarterstaff, and then I will just bonus action unarmed strike, and I will bardic inspiration that. So it's a 19 for 7 more bludgeoning damage.
That'll hit. You're just like popping up over his warg and smacking into him.
Yeah, and I'm going to complete the movement and just come back around here.
Okay.
Done.
Sounds good. Sentry?
All right. What's this tent made out of?
It's probably made out of like,
hide or leather.
I'm gonna say hide or leather. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. Can I make an athletics check to throw the tent at him? Get him and the warg all tangled up in the tent.
I mean, it's you're gonna try and rip the tent out of the ground and toss it at him.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll say this: you can make an athletics check to rip it out of the ground, but I don't think you can do it in one motion because it's like nailed into the ground, right? So you can make an athletics check to rip it out, and then on your next turn, I think you get like 2 of the stakes out of the ground with the 12. So you just kind of like grab the edge of the tent and lift up, and the side of the tent near you pulls up out of the ground.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That works.
All right. The goblins that are alive are going to continue to tactically try to like retreat and use the tents as cover to continue to take pot shots at everyone.
Oh yeah, I should mention the fairy fire is gone because Bane is also concentration.
Right. Okay, that's good to know. All right, they
forgot about that.
are there. Then they're gonna. I'm gonna roll their stealth here. So they try to sneakily retreat. Oh yeah, they sneak out of sight and then they start launching arrows at whoever they can see. So this guy has a clear shot on Ty, short bow strike. 15 to hit. That's not gonna hit.
Nope.
Alright. Does this guy have line of sight to anybody? Probably. Oh, he's got a line of sight to Kolok. Kolok, I'll give you like quarter cover. He's gonna miss anyway. This guy's gonna try and shoot Talus. That's a 22. That's gonna be 3 damage to Talus.
Maybe
From
not.
the short bow. Maybe not. What do you mean maybe not? Talus. 3 damage.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've taken
Talus.
3 damage.
I thought you said
Yeah.
Ty. My bad.
No, not Ty. The bugbear here. The bugbear here, he's gonna launch a javelin at Ty and then continue to back up. He's got to subtract a d4 from that roll. So that's a 21 to hit Ty with a javelin.
Yep, that does hit.
Alright, 11 piercing damage.
Okay, ooh, that actually might get through. Oh, I take 2 damage. Oh no.
Oh, God forbid.
Tragedy.
God
Oh, God.
forbid the monk takes
Oh,
2
no.
damage. Oh, no.
I've taken other damage. I've taken other
He's
damage.
basically
I know, I'm
dead.
giving you a hard time.
Someone start digging the grave.
Alright. And the bugbear. The bugbear's gonna move back after that. Far as he can. Kolok.
All right, he's gonna get out his greatsword and look to the leader. I told you to run. And he's gonna go ahead and attack him. Yeah. Sort of do kind of one of these things. make sure I'm flanking him. Essentially, I think this is fine where we are right now.
Okay. You're flanking the. You're definitely flanking the warg. That's gonna hit for sure. 21.
For another 13 damage onto the leader.
That is going to put him down.
So
you cut right through
down.
him, and he goes down.
And Kolak just sort of like raises his greatsword in the air and roars to the rest of them. I told all of you to run!
Nice. Question for you. You're using your greatsword right now. Does that mean you dropped your shield?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Alright, the hobgoblins in the back are going to... their leader has fallen. Yeah, I think with the distance they have on you guys, they are going to take some longbow shots real quick and then continue to run. So we're going to do one on Ty, because Ty seems to be in the best view of this guy. And then the other one on Talus, because I don't know if he can see you over the warg, Kolak. So... Oh, right. I gotta switch off the ruler. Longbow on Talus, 9 to hit. That's gonna miss. And Ty, that's a 6 to hit. That's gonna miss as well. And then they're gonna bug out another 30 feet. And the warg is going to disengage with its rider on its back. He's unconscious, or probably dead. But, oh, I don't want to grab that. He's not dragging that body with him, that's for sure. So he was there. He was there, right? Yeah, there. So that's,
yeah.
He's going to disengage and get 50 feet of movement. Straight fucking back. Talus?
Alright, let's see here. Talus is going to move all the way up here. And then he's going to say, at the unconscious and or dead leader, you have fought well. You deserve proper funeral. And then he is going to use this fun little tiefling ability called Burning Hand.
Oh my god.
To try to catch both the warg and as many goblins as he can in a 15-foot cone of...
Okay.
And they have to make dexterity saving throws. I'm not sure exactly who he can catch in a 15-foot cone.
Okay. With a line, let's see. Well, it's definitely going to hit the warg. You can probably catch the warg and the captain and the goblin
I will accept that.
right in front of you with that 15-foot cone. Right? Because... yeah. I think a cone would be... it's 1, then 2, then 3, right? Blocks like this.
Yes.
So that would be the template. So you can probably... you can do that, right? Would be the way that you would hit all 3 of them. I guess you can turn this whatever way you want, right?
Yeah, is there any way I could try to get that other goblin? Up to you.
Yeah, I think you could. Because I think technically you can do it this way as well, right? So... Oh, don't want to grab the warg and the rider. So technically you can do it...
Then that is exactly what I would like to try to do.
I guess you can shoot it that way. Actually, that seems weird. I think it would come from you.
Okay.
I think you could do it. I think you could do it. I think there's a way that you could hit everybody. So I'll let you get the other goblin too. I think it works.
Okay, cool.
It fits the space. So you burn up. You start burning the captain, and they have to make a dex save. So the warg is going to make a dex save.
The DC is 15.
The warg fails. He's going to take 12 fire damage.
Yep.
Okay. This tent's on fire. Fire spews over the tent and hits the goblin behind it, and that's a dex save. That's going to be... He'll have cover on it, so... But even with the cover, it's a DC 15, right?
Yep.
Alright. So if he has 3/4 cover, I think that's that makes his dex save a 17. So he saves. Is that half damage? On a save?
Check. Half damage, yep.
Okay. Alright. The two goblins save and take half damage, so they're gonna be severely burned and injured and screaming, but not dead.
Okay. And then may as well use my bonus actions. I am going to give Kolak a bardic inspiration.
Okay. Lucy?
Great. I think I'm gonna move 30 feet closer to, what's happening.
Sure.
So I'll go like... and then I would like to cast Chill Touch on the closest bugbear to me, so the one that's kind of to the right of Talus.
This goblin here?
Oh yeah, goblin, sorry.
No problem. That's fine. I just want to make sure I know what you're talking about. That's going to hit. Go ahead and deal your damage. 2 necrotic damage.
Well...
he doesn't like it, and there's a, spectral hand wrapped around his neck now.
It's just kind of an unpleasant massage.
Yes. A bony, unpleasant, necrotic, just prodding at his jugular vein.
Yeah, that's not great.
Ty.
Okay, I'll hop up here, whack him with the quarterstaff. Oh, wait, sorry, I don't have advantage on that. 17 for 7 bludgeoning. Probably knocks him out, I'm hoping.
It does. Yep, puts him down.
Then I will finish my movement over here and bonus action unarmed strike.
Nice. Go for it.
AC 14 for 6 damage if it hits.
The 14 is going to miss as the goblin kind of ducks under your strike.
Okay, done.
Okay. Sentry? Your plans for regrouping are failing.
Yep. So we're going to abandon that plan. All right. We're going to move 30 feet this way, and then he's going to bonus action his crossbow into his hand and take a pot shot at this, with his light crossbow at the bugbear.
Sure. How many weapons can you kind of have the
2.
Eldritch?
Just the 2.
Nice. All right.
So he just whips his greatsword off into the distance, and it buries itself into a tree. And he summons his crossbow into his hand, firing at the bugbear.
Nice. It's gonna.
I can't roll for fucking shit.
It's gonna completely miss this bugbear. The bugbear doesn't even duck. He just kind of watches the bolts whiz past him.
Alrighty.
Sentry needs some recalibration.
Yeah, he does. He desperately needs target recalibration.
This goblin is going to disengage and run. And this one is just going to dash. Just bug out. Same thing with his bugbear. He's not having it. It's just going to be 60 feet of movement getting the hell out of there. And Kolak.
So the rest of them are all just running now, right?
They are all running. Yep, they're
all
running.
Okay.
You've got him on the run.
Kolak's gonna just kind of take a breath and put his great sword kind of on his shoulder. Alright! We're done here! And he's gonna motion to everybody to get back to him.
The hobgoblins are going to take a couple longbow shots at Ty and Talus and then run. 15 to hit Ty.
Miss.
16 to hit Talus.
Oh, big time hit.
Alright, 3 piercing. And then they're going to move 30 feet.
That's not too bad.
They're just covering the retreat. Just covering the retreat. The warg is gonna move 100 feet. Get the hell out of Dodge. It's off the map. Technically. This is not actually where it is. It's off the map. Because 100 feet is far. Talus?
Pretty far. Let's see. Talus isn't one to give up so quickly. So. What was the throw range of a spear? 2060. Okay.
That
Talus
poor
is gonna
goblin.
Move up. And he's gonna huck a spear right at that goblin.
Go for it. That poor goblin had to use a disengage action. You're gonna miss. He ducks out of the way. Yeah. He ducks out of the way. Completely like, oh crap.
Yeah, that'll be...
Alright, Lucy?
Lucy doesn't want this guy to get away. He must pay in blood. She's gonna go like 30 feet over here, if I can... Can I just walk through Kolak, because he's an ally?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You can always move through allies.
Great. Sorry, I'm pretty rusty from D&D. It's been a while since before this campaign.
Oh, you're all good.
And I'm just gonna cast Magic Missile. Why take chances?
Sure.
Assure this death.
What's the distance on
Well,
magic?
I rolled
120
that.
feet. Wow. Were you trying to hit that goblin? That poor goblin with 1 hit point gets smacked with 3 magic missiles. And
Making
is
an example of him.
completely obliterated. He is a greasy smear on the dirt. Lucy is not fully in control of her powers yet, and the goblin looks like, to anybody watching in the sunlight, simply looks like he explodes from the inside out and falls to the ground in a bloody mess. Ty?
Lucy gives an awkward thumbs up to everyone else.
The goblin had a scanner's moment.
Yeah, I think it seems like we're wrapped up here. So I'm just gonna move slightly just to keep an eye on them to make sure they continue to retreat, but I will take the dodge action and end my turn.
Okay. Sentry? Unless any of you are going to stop them, they're going to continue to retreat. So, do any of you have plans to continue to pursue?
I'm not. I gotta start chopping off heads and throwing them in our cart.
Okay. Sentry, are you planning to?
No, I'm not planning to pursue, but I will be going into this, into that tent.
Which tent? That tent there? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Alright, you head on inside the tent. The tent is filled with goblin belongings, and I'll tell you more about them in a minute. The goblin that's remaining is going to bug out and use his bonus action to hide, because that's what he can do, so he's going to stealthily get out of there as much as he can. The bugbear is also going to continue to run and move another 60 feet away. And Kolak, you're not pursuing, so the hobgoblin and the warg are also going to move away. So they're pretty far away now. Talus, are you planning on pursuing at all?
No, if they've gotten far enough away, he's gonna give up. He was just gonna kind of hurl insults, some of which might magically hurt people.
Sure.
He's content.
The goblin is out of sight. The bugbear is 60 feet further from where you are now, so 105 feet away from you. The hobgoblins are 60 feet further away, and this warg is 100 feet further away. So
okay, at this point, I think he's just gonna move back to regroup with the rest.
All right, I need to take note of that really quick. Okay, cool. They run off into the distance, and you are left in this camp on your own.
Like I said, Kolak's going to be going around chopping off heads. He is going to search the leader, though, and see if he has anything special on him.
The leader was still on the back of the.
He got dragged out by the warg. Okay.
Yeah, he was on the back of his mount and in a saddle, so he just kind of fell forward onto the warg, and the warg ran with him on his back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then. Just cutting off heads.
All right.
Talus is going to be following along behind him, and once the heads are cut off, he's just going to kind of take a knife and cut into the body. It looks like he's studying anatomy. It's unclear.
Okay. Talus starts cutting into the bodies. All right, let's do me a favor. Let's take a quick break. I'm gonna grab some water and use the restroom. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thanks for watching, everybody. Also, I have to just give a shout out to Justin. He has 56 points for sharing the stream link in the panels. So, you all have to start sharing that and catch up. Anyway.
Got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, we'll be right back. All right, we're back. Thanks for sticking around. Just to reiterate real quick, now that we're back from the break, we have a link down below that you can share with people on social media and other areas. If you share it, you get points. If you're at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the week, then you get a mystery box of minis from our sponsor, Farbo Co. Anyway, and right now, Justin Orion is the leader on the leaderboard. See if you can knock him out of that spot. Anyway, so you guys cleared out the camp. You started gathering the heads of the goblinoids into your cart. And Sentry, you went into one of the tents. Talus, you were cutting open the bodies and examining them internally for whatever reasons that you have, probably to gather bones to make the bones dance. And Ty, you were over exploring that pit, or
yeah, it looks like they have a fight pit.
Yeah, they have a pit there, and if you look closely into the pit, you start looking at it, and yeah, the pit has like ropes and like ropes down in the bottom of it. Looks like
a little weird.
Yeah. They have ropes that are nailed into the ground down into the bottom of this pit.
Yeah, so a prisoner pit and not a fight pit.
That's what you gather as you look closer at it. There's definitely some blood stains around. No prisoners in there.
Yeah.
Sentry, what are you looking for in there? Why'd you head into the tent? What was your thoughts? Is he not back?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Sentry is going to be going from tent to tent. He will drop his crossbow, resummon his greatsword, and proceed to cut down every tent that he looks through, exposing their content, as well as trying to root out any possible hiding goblin.
Excuse me. Okay. No problem.
And looking for anything out of the ordinary, particularly reclaiming pillaged goods.
Okay. All right. There's how many of these smaller tents? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the 3 pointed smaller tents. Do me a favor and roll. I'm gonna have you roll some things to see what you find in these tents. All right. In the 3 smaller tents, give me 3 d12 rolls for the small kind of hexagonal tents. You had a 5, a 12, and a 7. All right. So in one of them, you find a little wooden, like a little box that looks like it's like not really a box, a little cage that's made out of just like bendy pieces of branch and rope tied together, and inside is a squirrel suffering from a bad case of mange. This is clearly a goblin tent. It smells like a goblin tent, and there's just little piles of straw and hide around as beds inside the camp. You do find...
As he encounters the smell, he chooses to stop breathing.
That's fair. It's this particular tent, you kind of scour through it a little bit, and other than this squirrel suffering from this suffering from mange inside of this makeshift like cage. You don't find anything of use in this tent. The next tent you move into, and you find some of the missing merchandise that from travelers on the road. You think you find a stick. Okay, it's about a foot long, thumb thick stick, and there is a shriveled, blackened, burnt hand tied to the end of it, and there are these rough-hewn runes carved into the stick. There's also a coin purse in here.
All right, I will be reclaiming the lost merchandise, cataloging the stick, and counting how much coin is in the coin purse.
Okay. There's 4 gold, 10 silver, and 20 copper in the coin purse. All right, in the smaller circular tents, why doesn't somebody else give me a D 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 D12 rolls for the smaller circular tents? All right. Okay, amongst those tents, as you go through them, you find a clay tankard that has mold beginning to grow on the bottom of it, but you also find like a cask of ale in that same tent. It's half empty. You find a belt pouch with about 8 days of rations in it. In one of the tents, you find a potion. You're not sure what kind it is. And you find 5 glittering gems in a pouch in one of the tents. You find you've seen these skulls on spikes around the outskirts of the camp and along the path leading into it, and in one such tent you find one that is in the process of being made. There is a spike with a head that is not quite a skull yet on it. And you find a crowbar and some thieves' tools in another tent. And then for the largest circular tents, there are... Let's see. How many of those are there on there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 of those, so somebody else give me 5 more D12 rolls. I like giving out random loot. Couple 6s, a 5, 11, and a 4. In one of the tents, you find chainmail still in decent condition. That looks like it was being oiled. In another tent, you find several sacks of grain that have been stored inside the tent. In another tent, you find some books that are in various languages that were clearly taken from some of the raids. None of them are in Goblin. And you also find a longsword in very good condition amongst the items. In the large tent, I will tell you, you find a messenger raven in a cage. You find a map case in there, and you find a devil's mask, and like the Hobgoblin has a table in the center of the room in the command tent, with a tattered flag that has a bloody axe symbol stitched onto it, hanging from the desk, and then maps of the area, and several missives and letters that are piled up on the table. The messenger raven has something tied to its leg, and there are barrels in here. If you pop them open, you find like provisions and goods and things like that were probably headed back and forth over the road by different travelers. You also find that there's about 30 gold worth of various coins in coin pouches that are piled on the table.
I'm kind of curious about that message.
Okay. Do you speak Goblin?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Okay. Written in Goblin is a message that simply says, things on the road continue to go well. We are continuing to gather supplies. The humans are too stupid to stop using the road. And it's signed with the Goblin Captain's name, as far as you can tell.
And what is the name?
Holguk.
Olguk.
Well, it was going well until today.
Yeah.
I shall name my firstborn.
And there's also maps here.
Yep.
I don't really know the area very well, but someone who's from around here, if you could look at the map and maybe see if there are other camp or something is marked on here. I wouldn't recognize it from the local towns or anything.
Well, I kind of always kind of know like which direction's which, and I'm able to know exactly like the layout of where I've been and such, so I might be able to be useful on that front.
I mean, the map is marked in Goblin, but you can translate to him if no one knows Goblin, you can translate it for them. But Reddenburg is on the map. There's the road between Reddenburg and Ridgeford. There are several roads that branch off of it. Those are on the map, and Ridgeford's on the map, marked as Ridgeford. And then you see in Goblin the word that means mine. That's just outside of the town, marked on the map. You see up on the map, kind of up this series of elevations that are marked on the map. You see keep marked kind of in the middle of these elevations, and you see notations on like travel times between each thing.
And it's way too close to be Dragon Guard Keep or Reddenburg Fortress, right?
Yeah, Reddenbur's on the map.
Okay.
This is separate from Reddenbur. There's a spot marked Keep. There's also the pass is on the map. It's basically everything from the pass through the Corthian Mountains down to Reddenbur and everything that's in between there. There are other little hamlets or farms that are specified on the map as well, and you see that there's a farm that has been circled and another farm that has been crossed out.
Might seem to indicate which ones are next on the list and which ones have already been hit. I'm guessing they haven't just been sticking to the road as far as their raids are concerned.
Yeah. Looking around the camp, does it look like there are enough supplies here that they could have been storing everything from the raids here? It seems like they've been raiding for a while, and it's probably the bulk of it is somewhere else.
The bulk of it seems to be somewhere else.
As far as the
Has
map is
anyone checked the
concerned,
captain's tent?
Yes, this is the stuff they're looking at from the captain's tent.
as far as the map is concerned, I'm probably at least somewhat aware of the trading posts leading up into Ridgeford, and we already know where Dragon Guard is. So my question would be is if there's like markings of like any sort of camps outside of where we are right now that also don't indicate a place that I would already know of.
Sure. Like he said, this map doesn't go up north far enough to show Dragon Guard Keep, but there's something listed on the map as Keep up in the mountains. But that is not where Dragon Guard Keep is. It's not close enough to the pass for it to indicate Dragon Guard Keep.
Yeah, it's probably the Hobgoblin war camp.
Most likely, or at the very least, it's where they're organizing themselves.
You don't see like this spot is indicated on the map by like a rough drawing of the. It just says camp written on it near the road, pretty close to where you can figure out where you are. There is another spot on the map that is further towards Reddenbur that also says camp written on it.
If the letter is unsent, could we let the carrier pigeon go, and would it potentially go to who that letter was intended for?
It's a great idea.
No, the direction they went was north, and this camp is further south. This other camp's marking is further south on the map. I'll have a map made up, and I'll pop it into Roll20 for you guys. Actually, I can just draw a crude one for you because we have that ability.
Well, I also like Lucy's idea of releasing the messenger raven.
Sure.
I guess we could potentially even replace the message.
Is Ty good at recreating handwriting?
We also still have Gob.
You do have Gob.
Ty is not a forger. So I could write it, but it wouldn't look the same.
We could try to make Gob write it. We stand Gob.
Right. Has everybody already done all their looking around?
Oh, one thing actually. Talus would like to look some through the books. Specifically, if anyone of them mention anything about necromancy, he's interested, and if not, he just kind of checks it on.
Okay. Yeah, you can absolutely look through the books.
Sentry is busy trying to figure out why he seems to be missing his targets more frequently than he remembers. So he's going to be addressing his optics.
Okay.
Doing some QA testing.
Mm-hmm.
Lucy is very drained. I think she started to go towards one of the tents to lay down, and then she caught a whiff of that goblin scent and just kind of, almost delusioned days.
Exploding goblins takes a lot out of you.
Yeah. If we take a rest, Tile rest down by the water.
You gonna take a short rest?
He will also. Sentry will also suggest that when we have, if we have Gob compose the message, that it needs to be one, suggesting peace talks between the goblins and the representatives of, what's the town we are from? Yeah, Ridgeford. If for no other reason, then we can possibly set up a shift.
Okay. All right. Well, I will. Like I said, what I'll do is I'll make up a map for you guys, and I'll throw it up here. But for now, you kind of have an idea of what's where on the map. There are a couple of farms. One is crossed off. Another one is circled. There are other farms marked that are not. That are neither circled nor crossed off. There's the town of Ridgeford. There's a trading post. There's the pass, but not the map doesn't go high enough off to indicate Dragon Guard Keep. There is another area labeled Keep. There are 2 camps labeled, and there's Redenburg Fortress labeled. And the town of Ridgeford and the mine are all on the map.
All right. So, what are we thinking? We need a rest.
Right now, it'd probably be a good idea to make our way back to town. I don't like the idea of resting out here when the goblins just retreated. They could come back at any time with a much larger force.
Permission to sleep in the tent standing around has been really exhausting for me.
You can sleep in the cart.
Well, the cart's going to be filled with a bunch of disembodied heads and bodies. So, probably not a great idea.
Is this a problem for you?
I wouldn't care, but most people do, I find.
I can't say I've had the experience of sleeping with a bunch of beheaded corpses and their respective heads, but I'm okay.
Listen,
You're okay walking or okay in the car?
I'll stay awake.
Okay.
we're only about 3 to 4 hours away from town. We
That's
get back
true.
to town, turn all this in. We stay in the inn, do ourselves a bit of a favor, and get an actual good night's rest in a bed. How's that sound?
Sounds amazing.
This is acceptable to me.
What about you, Golem?
He's having trouble hearing. Something got knocked loose when he was knocked unconscious. He looks over at you as he hears noises and he looks in your direction, but he then begins to cart the bodies. Wait, are we taking the heads or the bodies?
The heads. There's too many bodies to fit in one cart. We already have all the bodies from the first ambush, and now we have all these bodies. It's just not going to fit.
Okay.
All right. Are we headed back to town?
Yeah, that's my idea. Plus, are any of you handy with tinkering around with golems?
I have never seen this thing before.
Great.
I can use magics. You want magics?
Magic can only do so much. I'm thinking there's something wrong internally. As I just kind of like lightly smack the side of his head to see if that might shake anything back into place.
Percussive maintenance.
Sentry looks over at Kolak as he strikes him. Though he's not really feeling up to combat right now, he approaches Talus and says,
Associate, I do require healing.
Okay. I was trying to get healing word.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, oakley dokley then.
Okay, okay.
Oh my. And magically you are healed.
Yep. At that point, Sentry produces the I'm just gonna call it a wand for lack of a better term.
The hand on a stick?
Yeah. With runes carved into it.
Yep.
Can I make a he speaks what can I read the language that they're in?
It's in Goblin. It's in Goblin. Yep.
Okay.
If it's in Goblin, I can read it for you.
Does anyone here speak Goblin?
Yeah, I do.
I require your assistance in inspecting this instrument I located.
Looks like a weird back scratcher.
Yeah, this doesn't look very good at all.
It just has fire. Fire and burning written in Goblin in runes over and over again.
Okay, I report that.
Okay, Talus is gonna look at it and try to do a little Arcana check to try to see if he recognizes he's worked with runes before, if he knows what it's supposed to do.
Sure, give me a give me a roll.
There you go.
Yeah, it looks like a crude goblinoid attempt to make some kind of wand that would cast fire spells of some kind.
It does not look like a very good wand, but might make fire. Do not know.
This is the crudest wand you've ever seen.
It's really bad craftsmanship. I don't want it.
I think it's kind of cute. It's like macaroni art, but dangerous.
Sorry. 1 second.
When you bring it back, Gob excitedly exclaims as you pull that out, "You found my wand!"
Okay.
Oh, you made this?
I made that!
That's your craftsmanship, Gob?
He puffs up his chest and proudly says, "Yes, it is!"
That's so great. You're really talented.
We should practice runes sometime.
Gob,
what are we gonna do with the goblin anyway? We don't need him anymore.
Gob is your staunch ally. You didn't let Gob die.
Yeah, he should come back to town with us.
Yeah,
Right.
Sentry does not care.
Can Gob have his wand?
Well, yeah. Sentry hands Gob the wand and proceeds to pull the cart back to the road so that they can get moving back.
It's not a very good wand, so Talus has no objection.
Do you want to see what my wand can do?
No.
love to see this, yes.
I would love to, yes.
Oh no.
He walks up to a
Sentry's watching his movements closely in case he needs to kill Gob and replicate them.
Gob walks up to a tree and if you guys haven't left the camp yet, he walks up to one of the tents that Sentry has cut down and uses the wand to cast Burning Hands on the tent, burning it to a crisp. Ha ha! Told you it works.
Oh.
Lucy gives a polite applause.
And then he sticks it in his belt.
Seems like a dangerous place to keep that, but that's fine.
Well, it won't work again until tomorrow. He kind of looks down dejectedly.
Aw, you can always make more. Just bring like 12 of them.
To be fair, that wand is about as good at casting Burning Hands as Talus is. So.
It is. I cut
I'm
a
really not a huge fan of all this. The goblins respond part of a raiding crew, right? Probably killed a lot of people.
He looks back and
kill
forth.
A lot of people.
Yeah. Not the people from Ridgeford, though.
Gob is kind of like looking around in every different direction and like toeing the ground with one foot, trying to look completely unobtrusive and kind of innocent. I mean, Gob won't hurt anybody anymore unless you tell Gob to hurt someone. Gob will hurt somebody if you tell them.
The priestess will decide his fate. We leave immediately.
Yeah, fine.
I'll put in a good word for you, Gob. I pat his head.
Gob smiles up at you. It's the most disgusting smile you've ever seen.
I'm gonna make a will saving throw.
Yeah, it's hideous.
I try to smile back, but it doesn't work.
Gob doesn't notice that your smile isn't that great because he doesn't understand human smiles. And you guys head back to town. You reach town by nightfall.
Quick question.
Sure.
So Sentry's Rest. Can Sentry take a long rest while driving the?
No.
Since he's basically motionless.
Not while driving it, I don't think, because you have to be. I mean,
You have to
can
not
see
be
and hear as normal.
yeah, you see and hear as normal, but you can't really steer the animal, the donkey, while you're driving the cart if you are in Sentry's Rest. I think you have to actually remain motionless. Like if you were sitting in the back of the cart and somebody else was driving it, I would say yeah, absolutely you could do that. But not being the actual driver.
Right. Next thing on Sentry's to-do list is teach someone how to drive.
All right, you head back to town. And by the time you reach there, it's dusk. Okay, it is close to nightfall. The town, people are, finishing up their day's business. Shops are closing, and the miners are wandering back into the town from the mine. A few of them head. Go ahead.
I'm gonna stop the cart before we actually get into town. I'm gonna turn to Lucy and Ty, and I'm gonna say we need to tie the goblin up. Or, oh shit! I've been on police spot this whole time.
Yeah.
We need to tie up the goblin.
Just for show?
Gob looks around like nervously.
Yeah, for show.
At the very least, for show.
You good with that, Gob? Can I tie your hands so that people don't think you're about to attack the town?
Gob, like, shrugs. If you have to, I guess. If you don't tie me up, are they gonna hurt me?
I have
Probably.
no idea.
Chances point to favorably.
Okay. He'll let...
I'll tie his arms, but I don't work very hard at making it tight.
Okay.
Golem, park the cart in the back of the temple.
Sentry nods wordlessly, but pulls the cart around back.
Okay.
Right. Well, we've got a delivery to Morrigan, and we have to report back to the priestess and let her know everything that's been going on. So, everyone good?
Good.
I'm just gonna pick up Gob.
Okay. You pick up Gob. Easily.
I'm gonna carry him with us.
I know that you pick up Gob, you start heading in, and I know Talus, you were asking about the books that were there.
Yeah.
I can give you a list of the names of those books, if you would like.
Yes, that would be nice.
One of them is called Finch's Articles of Chaos.
Very intriguing.
Another one is the Tome of Biff. It seems like a biography of someone named Biff.
I like to think that as we travel, Talus is just going through these books. They're chucking them to the side of the road.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he do.
The Enchiridion of Exorcism.
Do I? Is he saying these out loud at all? Because Lucy would be interested in that one.
I think he's just kind of quietly looking at them, but he's not like hiding them or anything.
And there's a Compendium of Myths and Legends.
Ooh. Sentry would like that one.
There's
Okay, cool.
there's a Tome of Heraldry. And then there's a book that's called Ennio's Book of Vampires.
Okay, so definitely some stuff there that Talus is interested in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's going to specifically put the Finch's, what was it, Art of?
What's that?
What was the first book?
Oh, goodness.
I wrote down Finch's Art of Chaos. I don't think
Yes, that is fine. That is close
Okay,
enough.
cool.
Yep.
So he is going to put Finch's Art of Chaos, the Enchiridion of Exorcism, and Ennio's Book of Vampires into his little bag, and then the other ones he's just kind of toss in the cart.
Okay. All right. You guys bring Gob and enter the temple.
Priestess! We have an offering.
What?
Gob starts, his eyes widen in sudden fear and shock.
Not you. The pile of bodies and heads out back.
Cease your shouting.
The priestess emerges from behind the altar, and comes down into the hall. And in her stoic manner, Kolak, I would appreciate it if you would not shout in the halls, unless doing battle.
Sorry, that's kind of my default voice.
Have you taken care of the hobgoblins?
The ones that were attacking the roads, anyhow. But there's more problems than that.
Did you recover anything?
I sort of place Gob on the ground and just sort of point a claw at him. Don't move. And I motion to the others. Go ahead and show the priestess the map we found.
Did you bring back the stack of parchment, of letters as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and did you release the bird?
Yeah, and the squirrel.
Okay.
I don't think we released the bird. I released the squirrel, though.
Did you release the bird with that message you wanted to send?
We never dummied a message, but
I had assumed we still just had the bird, but
I think it's actually... Yeah, I guess we can let the priestess decide if we want to release it or not. I still think that's a good idea.
Okay. I mean, at this point, you've been traveling for 4 hours, and so have the hobgoblins that escaped camp.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so you bring back the bird with the message attached to it, the map, and the rolls of parchment. She steps over to look over what you've brought back. I don't read Goblin. Can you translate for me? Anyone?
Yeah, I'll just like write the translation onto the map, so I don't have to keep standing over it with people.
Okay.
Outside of that, one of the goblins ended up surrendering themselves as I kind of like put my claw on top of Gob's head and shake it slightly. It's pretty hard getting any direct information out of them, but I figure you're probably pretty good at interrogation.
and he was very helpful.
How so?
Well, he helped lead us to the main camp of the hobgoblins, whereas we had found him in just a small little scouting party.
Goblins are cowardly creatures. They will submit to whoever they think is strongest.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
She looks over the map. What's this? She points to the keep.
Well, apparently it's supposed to signify some sort of keep, but that's not where Drakengard Keep is. So we're hypothesizing probably where all of them are organizing. Or at least the main hobgoblin force.
She nods. This, she points to the other camp.
That we don't know. Right now, we're all still beat the crap out of. Taking down a raiding party as well as an entire hobgoblin camp kind of took a lot out of us. So we didn't have the ability to investigate.
She nods. Do you think the road is safe now? Or do you think this other camp will continue to pose a threat?
I think there's a possibility that the other camp will continue to pose a threat. So I still wouldn't recommend sending anybody on the road just yet.
I did offer you the gold to make the road safe. Do you think your job is complete?
I think the job as you thought it would be is complete, but I don't think that the road is safe. I think that this is going to be a lot harder than you thought it was going to be, which is probably going to mean that this job is worth a little bit more than the 20 that you offered us in the first place. We've had to fight off a raiding party, an entire hobgoblin camp, and we likely have to investigate another camp. And there might be reinforcements coming. So, we've got a lot of fighting ahead of us, and not sure 20's gonna cut it.
She
We have a lot of bodies if you want to see.
she nods, and she kind of gives side eye to Kolak. For a bloodthirsty barbarian worshipping the goddess of battle, you're rather shrewd.
I love fighting everything that I can, but I also need a place to stay, and I need money to get good drink. I can't really make alcohol on my own.
Are you all in agreement with Kolak?
Our best option is not one of genocide.
Your best option is what? Full-on genocide? Is that what you just said?
No, though that would be pretty appropriate. No. Sentry says, our best option is not one of genocide. We have a representative of the goblin. I suggest that we use this opportunity to instill a puppet dictator amongst the goblin tribes and use them to protect the roads instead of relying on our...
Wouldn't work. Gob's too weak. The moment we put him in charge of the rest of the goblins, somebody else is gonna kill him and take his place.
Gob's just looking around back and forth to everyone as they talk. He's still bound.
I remind you that he created a functioning wand.
Need I remind you that it didn't take basically anything for him to completely switch to our side, so it wouldn't take basically anything for him to switch to whoever else's side the moment they pose a threat to him.
I didn't expect you to understand my main... Once we use
I understand
war...
warrior culture.
I doubt that. Because as soon as we start a civil war, both sides will be easy to take out.
Both sides will be what?
Easier to take out.
Are we even sure Gob is willing more? I mean, he's already kind of repaid his debt, I'd say.
God will do whatever we tell him to. He's too scared shitless not to.
Gob nods vigorously as Kolak says that. The priestess looks at Ty. What say you, Sir Monk, about what these two are discussing?
I've seen it is in the nature of these goblin folk to defer to a strong leader.
I believe you're correct, from what I've seen of goblins. We have these letters here. They seem to be in goblinoid as well. Would you be willing to take these and translate them to me? They may give us... translate them for me. They may give us some more information. I don't mean for you to do that right now, but they may be helpful. Kolak, I agree with you that you have accomplished that which I have paid you to do, or I had intended to pay you to do, and therefore I will relinquish the gold to your group here. If you are willing to be contracted out for more work, I believe there is much more work to be done. If you would agree.
Oh, absolutely.
Show me these goblins and what you have found. Oh, what did you guys keep, leave the provisions and stuff that were in the camp back at the camp? You probably couldn't fit everything on the cart, right?
Well, if we were just bringing the heads back, we probably would have beheaded the corpses we already had, making a lot more room for all the provisions.
Sure.
So probably at least some of them.
Okay, because there were several barrels and crates inside the Goblin Commander's tent, and then you also found several sacks of grain in one of the Hobgoblin's tents.
And that I think there was a chest from the caravans?
No, they were just crates and barrels.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would have brought everything that we could.
Okay. All right. You brought as much as you bring as much as you could with you, but then I don't think you could have. The cart is a cart, right? It's not a wagon. It's not like a huge
It's a four-wheeled cart that requires a driver, making it like you said. I think you said 5 feet by 10 feet in the back.
Yeah, that's right. 5 feet by 10 feet. So I'm gonna say that. All right, we'll just say that you brought most of it back. You probably brought most of it back. That's fine. She sees what you've brought back. She sees the heads of the goblins. She looks over everything, and she hands you each a pouch of 20 gold.
Lucy is practically drooling like, at the sight of that much money.
All right.
Alice looks like he's not fully sure how much this is worth.
What do you do with the gold that you found at the camp?
Oh, that's right. How much did we find?
Whoever searched the command tent found 30 gold, and Century found 30 gold's worth of coins, and Century found a pouch with quite a bit less than that.
4.3.
No, I told you how much you found, right?
Yeah. It was 4 gold pieces, 10 silver, and 20 copper. So 5.2.
Yeah,
gold
that's
pieces.
right. Yep. And then someone else found a bag of 5 gems, right? Somebody found a bag of 5 gems in one of the hobgoblins' tents.
I believe so, but I don't know.
Well, let's just see who rolled what. I'll just scroll back. So Century checked the goblins' tents. Ty, you found the gems. So you have those. Not that I know if Ty would know what they're valued at, but you have 5 gems.
I definitely don't know what they're valued at, and I'll share. We can each have one, guys.
That's fine. The 2 gems that I found in the cave with the bear,
right?
I'm gonna go ahead and hand them to the priestess. You know, a little offering to Morrigan outside just the usual blood.
Did you know how much those gems were worth? The
Nope.
ones you found? Okay. She smiles and thanks you. Rest for tonight. If you would not mind translating those letters during your evening rest and returning what you can to me in the morning, we can discuss further contracts if you are interested in more work.
Of course. Then again, in the morning, I also plan on having my little duel with our golem friend.
Is that still on? Do I need to reserve feeling for this?
I'm sorry.
How wounded do you intend to make each other?
Not sure. Depends how long it takes for me to beat on him before he surrenders.
Wait, I'm so confused. Is he a golem or not?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
I do not understand the distinction here.
Are you guys staying at the inn?
Distinction is unnecessary.
Are you guys like walking to the inn?
Yeah, I think so.
I think Talus is gonna just stay at the end.
Yeah, Lucy is tired. She wants to sleep.
Okay. In town is the inn, the Broken Axe. You walk in, and it is a comfortable looking inn, where miners line the bar. That's really interesting that you have rustic hospitality.
Yeah, actually, so the way that I was kind of imagining it works is that he's just so off-putting that people just either A, don't pay attention to him, or B, just get the hell out of his way. And considering that he literally just needs like a corner to stand in for 6 hours a day.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't actually need to even sleep. This is literally just self-repairs. So, yeah. So honestly, it's funny that he has this because he doesn't need it.
Yeah, absolutely he doesn't. You could just find a spot behind a building and shut down.
Well, he doesn't even shut down because he's never considered unconscious unless he's taken 0 hit points.
Right.
So he literally just stands stock still for 6 hours and recovers all the way. I mean, it's ridiculous that he would even have this.
Yeah. Yep. All right. You
Maybe he'll grow into it.
Who knows?
The inn is as I said, it's a comfortable inn. When you walk in, there are miners all lining the bar, and up above the mantle is a shattered axe. It is like a shattered battle axe. It is hung in such a way that all the pieces are like put in the places that they belong, but there's enough space in between each piece that you can see that it is shattered, right? It's not like glued back together. It's just the hunks of this axe. The hunks of this axe are just organized in such a way that you can see that it is in the shape of the axe in its individual pieces. The bartender is a jovial dwarf that is serving up drinks to the miners and talking to them as if he knows each one by name, which he does. Have any of you been staying in the inn already, or is this your first jaunt into the inn?
This is my first time in.
Okay.
I'm going to say this is also Talus's first time. I think
Okay.
he basically just got here.
Sure.
I had maybe stayed one night before, but I could have also just wandered in.
Okay.
Yeah, Ty's been here a night before, and does the inn have a stable?
Yeah, the inn has a stable. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've probably stayed here one night and left my horse here.
Okay. The inn is 2 stories of timber and brick. The first floor has unusually high ceilings, like 20-foot ceilings in the room, and then the second floor is like it has like normal 10-foot ceiling. So it's really like a 3-story building, but it only has 2 floors. There's a cozy fireplace with benches around it. There's no like comfortable. It's cozy, but there's no like comfortable couches or anything like that. It's all just tables and stools and benches. For those of you that have been staying here for a night or so, Callie, the bartender, who introduced himself by name the first time you met him, immediately waves to you and calls out to you by name. He doesn't. The fact that he knows your names after the first stay at the inn is impressive. He seems to just know the name of everybody who walks in the building, and as you walk up into the inn, he kind of steps out from around the bar and says hello and asks, "So, who are your friends?"
Well,
Oh,
I am Kolak. Pleasure to meet you, little one.
Do not be alarmed by the large lizard. I am here to keep him in check.
As if you could.
We will see.
Hello, my name is Talus. Is this a pet-friendly institution? Talus has brought all 4 of his dogs in with him.
Would they like to stay in the stables, or do they want to stay at your bedside?
They like to sleep on top of me mostly.
He nods. I can arrange for that to happen. Are you all looking for rooms? Places to sleep?
I am, yes.
Yes, please.
Well, I have 4 individual rooms that are available, and we have the main room, which just has some bunk beds.
I do not require a room. I will be using your main room. As in any jet.
Sorry. He gestures to like the big gathering area,
Okay.
like where they're at right now.
All right.
I had
And
a
then
hard day, and I'm
stomps
going
off.
to treat myself. I want one room, please.
Okay. Rooms. The rooms are 8 silver, and the bunks are 5.
Talus is going to go in for a bunk.
Okay.
Lucy wants a room. She'll spend the extra silver.
Okay.
Listen, just go ahead and give me as many drinks as possible until I'm ready to pass out, and then I'll go grab a room.
He nods. All right. He nods at that, and he will bring you. He will start pouring you ale. How much ale can you drink until you're ready to pass out? Tell me another number of mugs.
I mean, it depends on the strength of it, but I'd go ahead and say probably on average, 18 to 20.
18 to 20.
I would like to challenge Kolok to a drinking game.
Okay.
Oh my.
Oh, this will be good.
Very good, little one. How's it? Just regular drink for drink, or do you want to do something else?
Whatever you're up for. Any drinking challenge I'm down for.
Most drinking games have something else on top of it, but I don't mind just going drink for now.
Okay. You guys set yourself
Imagine
up.
if Sentry does this drinking game.
Oh, God.
Lucy will put 1 ration in as an extra bid.
What's the bet?
See
Is it
who
passes out
who
first?
passes out first. I think.
No. Who wins what?
Yes.
Well, she's putting a ration down. Kolak either buys food or hunts for food, so he doesn't really have rations. So he'll go ahead and just put a gold piece down.
1 gold and 1 ration from Lucy.
Okay. All right. So you guys are really betting on the gold, a piece of gold. All right.
Oh, so yeah.
You. Oh God. All right. I'll use levels of exhaustion as
Sounds good.
as what's gonna happen, and I will set a DC for each drink, and we'll see what happens from here. So I'm just gonna add a little table here. Get myself a table, and you're both at 0. So, you guys get your first drink, and you chug it. Clank and chug it. I will need a Constitution save from each of you.
Great.
You succeed. You succeed. All right. second drink.
I see we have
the same save.
You have the same save.
I only challenge you because I have a 16 Constitution and I'm proficient in Constitution saving
That's
throws.
amazing.
That's exactly the same with me. I have the exact
Maybe
same.
I too, but I can hold my
Alright.
liquor.
Alright. Okay. Go ahead, make another Constitution save each. After the next drink. Alright, you are still fine. Actually, I need to add a row to my table here. Hold on.
For a little human girl, you drink fairly well.
For a Dragonborn, I have no idea how well you're drinking.
Neither do I. The only other Dragonborn I've ever known were my parents and siblings. We didn't drink back at the tribe, so I have no idea how good I'm supposed to be.
Alright, cheers to keeping up with me.
How busy is the inn right now?
It's full of miners and farmers.
How overwhelmed does the cooking staff look?
The cooking staff is kind of in the back, and the miners, some of them are eating, most of them are just drinking.
Oh, okay.
What are you looking for?
Oh, I was gonna wander into the back and help cook.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you want to, you can try and do that.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, you wander into the inn, into the kitchen, and Callie kind of looks at you as you walk back there, and is like, "Wait, what? What are you doing? You can't go back there."
What is everybody else making? I'm gonna ignore her.
You ignore him.
Here.
You ignore him, Callie. All right, you walk back there. There's just a dwarf, a female dwarf. His wife is back there cooking, and there's like a younger dwarf who you can assume is their child that is helping her, and she's making. She's got like a big boiling pot of stew, and she's making meat pies at the same time.
All right, I'm gonna help with food prep.
Okay, go ahead, and you can
see if there's a. All right. What? All right. So, Sentry reaches behind him, and just for flavor, can I summon his cooking utensils like they were bound to him?
Are they internal, or are they?
They're like knives.
Mm-hmm.
It's just his cooking knives.
Sure, you summon your cooking utensils.
All right, sounds great. All right, and he will start prepping the meat.
Okay.
For the pies.
Right. She seems pleasantly surprised that you're back here, and Callie like walks back, and he's like, "No, I can't. You know what you're doing."
Yeah. Did you want me to roll for the cooking utensils?
I'll tell you to roll. But he kind of looks at you. He's like, you know what you're doing. Are those your knives?
Yes. Indeed they are.
Yeah. I mean...
You have a lot of patrons, innkeeper.
I didn't...
decided to assist you. Do not resist.
I didn't hire you. Do you expect to be paid? You can't just walk into my kitchen and start working and expect to be paid.
No, but I expect not to have to pay to use your main room for repairs.
Well, all right. I guess that can be that's a fair deal. You just keep doing what you're doing. And he walks back out. Go ahead and give me a I guess, God, Dex plus cooking utensils is for what you're doing by hand, but no, let's do wisdom. I think it would be wisdom to cook a good meal.
Just making sure that I don't have like advantage selected or anything.
Yeah, just wisdom plus proficiency.
Are you serious? All right. You know what? I don't know what is up with my inability to roll above a 10, but this is really fun.
I'm sorry. You're just
You're just having an off
you're just back there trying to cook meat pies, but you've never actually tasted a meat pie, so like you're not really sure what you're doing. You're just doing your best.
Really good at cutting the meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, that'll work. All right, I'm fine with this.
You're back in sentry mode, by the way, voice wise.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Kolok and Lucy, you are both still doing fine. Go ahead and give me your next rolls for your third drink.
I loved that.
Yes, you did. Kolok, it's still not really affecting you. You're used to drinking, so you're still quite all right. But she's powering them down. Like you're drinking this one and you're slowing down just a little bit as you drink it, but she just like puts it back and like 6 seconds gone.
I'm
You're gonna want to pace yourself, you know.
Next roll. This is the fourth drink. Kolok, you are still fine. Lucy, you have 1 level of intoxication. You now have disadvantage on ability checks. That does not include saving throws.
Right. Gotcha.
All right.
A little bit.
The hubris.
I told you to pace yourself.
5th drink.
Inspiration. Yes.
Oh!
You can get inspiration on a drinking game.
Boom.
He did use his inspiration on a drinking game.
I might be able to see what I'm doing.
All right, 6th drink. Lucy, your speed is now halved. You're at 2 levels of intoxication, and Kolok, you are at 1. Okay, Ty, you are translating the letters. I will let you know what they say once you have completed translating them. 7th drink, folks.
The ceilings are really high.
That's a nat 1, right?
Yep.
Alright, that's going to be 2 levels of intoxication.
Oh no.
So, Kolok, you are further intoxicated. Your speed is now halved. Lucy, you have disadvantage on your saving throws at this point, and your hit point maximum is halved.
You look like you're having a bit of a rough time there, little one.
I'm doing good.
8th drink. Lucy, I don't think you drink as much as Kolok does. Kolok,
No, I've only been drinking for 6 months at tops.
Kolok, you are now at 3 levels of intoxication. You have disadvantage on your saves. Lucy, if you get up from the table, you're just gonna stumble. Your speed is at 0. And okay, 9th drink.
I'm just kind of like almost lying on the table, just like using what few fingers I can still move to like usher more drinks.
Kolok, your hit point maximum is halved, and Lucy, you are officially unconscious.
My last breath, I just push the golden ration towards Cole. I just passed out.
Amazing.
How many drinks did we get through?
9 drinks.
That's pretty good.
9 drinks, and Kolok, you are only 4 levels of intoxicated. You could feasibly go 2 more levels before passing out. Or, well, if you get to 6, you're passed out. So, if you want to keep drinking, let me know.
Bartender, which room is the little one staying in?
He tosses you a key. 3rd on the left.
he misses the key and just starts going, oh, I didn't get the key. Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Oh, there's like 3 keys on the floor. Okay.
Why did you throw 3 keys at me?
That's a lot of keys. Okay. But luckily, I have 3 hands.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I'm gonna scoop her up and put her on my shoulder and just kind of wander up towards where the rooms are. Clock wins another competition!
All right.
And I'm gonna go ahead and put her in her room.
At the shouting, Sentry's gonna come out of the kitchen now wearing a lovely white apron.
Frills on it, nice lacy frills. Kiss the chef.
God.
Kiss the chef, do not resist.
Oh, no! I'm getting Michael vibes from that apron.
He's he looks to make sure that he doesn't drop her as he goes up the steps
Okay.
before going back into the kitchen.
I'm gonna make an apron. I'm gonna make an apron that says "Kiss the chef, do not resist" with Sentry's face on it.
I'll draw an angry chibi version of it.
Oh man. Okay, you guys, you get them to bed. Ty, you spend the evening translating the letters, and tell us, what have you been doing during all of this? Reading the books. You've been reading your books.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just been sitting at the literary table over with Ty and just kind of flipping through his new books.
Okay. The 3 of them, Sentry gets them upstairs and goes back to the kitchen, and Talus and Ty, you and Talus have some time together at the table. Callie walks up to your table. Can I get you gentlemen anything?
What sort of drinks do you serve here?
Oh, mostly ale. We do have wine, and if you want, I can get you some water from the well. In the morning, we have fresh squeezed juice, but not now.
For now, I will take some ale.
He nods.
This sounds good.
And for you, lad?
You have any tea?
Let me ask the missus, but we might be able to brew you some up.
Excellent.
He gets you your drinks and plops them down. Oh, I see you have some books and read in there. Any histories or any legends in that book?
In this one, this is vampires. Do you have many of them here?
Vampires? I don't know. Vampires? Are you talking about vampires? I've never seen one of them before. I've heard stories about vampires, all very frightening, but not around here. Never seen a vampire, no.
I would like to meet one, sir. Interesting study.
I've heard they can enchant you, make you do their bidding. Then they swallow you, eat you up. I don't know that that's something that I'd want to encounter.
I can do some of that too. It is fine.
He gives you a nervous look. Although, there wasn't a vampire, but there was the Gargoyle Prince, ages ago.
The Gargoyle Prince? Who is that?
Ah, the Gargoyle Prince. Yes. Let me tell you a tale.
Talus closes his book.
The Gargoyle Prince, said to live up in a long-lost castle up in the mountains here, terrorized the countryside and made them do his bidding. This was back before the time of the Empire, mind you. Back during the wild days. Ruled over this mountainside. Terrible evil creature. No one could look at him. He hid his face behind a mask of stone. Hunched creature. Bestial, powerful. Noble, I've heard, but wicked and cruel at the same time. Maybe not noble, regal. He was once a prince. A prince of what, I don't know. There weren't really many lands or kingdoms back then. But he was cursed. Cursed for his cruelty. He watched over all these lands as his own and forced the people in them to pay tribute to him, taxes and foods and whatnot. They were terrified of him, and if they didn't pay their due, he sent his creatures out to stalk them, destroy their farms, burn their homes. It said he could control stone creatures, and thus why they called him the Gargoyle King. Ah, but you see, the men of the Dragon Guard, the Fangs of Koladzar, as they were called, a group of powerful knights, dwarven knights. They stalked him down and slayed him and freed the lands of his tyranny. Ah, they were knights to be truly reckoned with. Hunters of dragons. Killers of demons. The knights. The Fangs of Koladzar. Ah. My great-great-great-grandfather was one of them. That's his axe up there. He nods to the axe. Shattered his blade fighting the Gargoyle Prince, I hear. Cracked right upon his stony visage. Well, he was brought down by the knights on one of their royal quests. Freed these lands, and then they were under the protection of the Dragon Guard. But that was a long time ago. No Gargoyle Prince now, though I hear his keep is somewhere up there in the mountains, all broken and destroyed. He shrugs. Hard ways to get up there, though. Dangerous.
Ty gasps and looks over at Talus when he mentions the keep still up in the mountains.
But I am not from this keep. A different part of the mountains.
Right, but the map!
What?
Map? What map?
You think this is the keep?
Maybe. What happened to the knights?
Oh, they all eventually died. This was 900 years ago that they were around, and they were full-grown dwarves then. Some of them fell to great beasts. Some of them fell in battle. Some of them fell in the fight with the Gargoyle Prince, according to legend. It's a long time ago. There are no knights at Drakengard now, just the defenders. Nothing like there used to be. At least, That's what's been passed down in my family from my great-great-grandfather. The last of the knights, their leader. He carried that axe, and he nods again to the axe above the mantle. Great man, I was told. Great man. And,
So, did Orica take the map that we showed her, or did she just look at it?
she kept the map and handed you the letters. Yeah. Can I get you anything else?
One question about these gargoyle prints.
He nods.
Are there any rumors about where the body lies? Was he interred or destroyed or...
He frowns deeply and thinks, I don't know. I don't rightly know. The only stories I know of his defeat, tales of his wickedness. Not what they did with him when he died. Sorry, I can't help better.
It was a long time ago. These things are rarely written down.
He nods and, well, if I can't get you anything else, I'll go see about that tea. And
Thanks.
he walks away from the table. He nods you're welcome to you and heads back.
From up in his room, Kolak is just constantly just like, Kolak wins another competition. He is unstoppable.
Oh my god.
I love him.
What a disaster. So good.
The next, Ty, you finished translating the letters.
Right.
They are military orders for the camp. They tell the following things, and you can let the priestess know this in the morning. The first one says to establish your camp far enough back from the road in a defendable position, and begin to harrow travelers, only a little bit at a time. Do not draw attention to yourselves. And it is signed Marek the Shadow.
Marek.
Yep.
The Shadow. Got it.
Yep. Actually, it's the Iron Shadow. The next one is a orders to begin. Tell them that the second camp is established. They can begin to haunt the road more fervently, gather whatever materials they can from travelers, and send them back to the main encampment for inventorying.
Okay.
The next
Signed by the same person.
Signed by the same person. Yep. The next order says you may begin to assault the farms nearby. The other camp will start to do the same. Harrow them one by one. Leave no survivors, so that the nearby town will not know what is happening.
Okay.
And those are the letters that you have before you.
Well, this doesn't seem very good.
What does it say? Is it... What do we think?
Well, it confirms everything we were worried about. There is another fortress, and they've been attacking the farms. Oh, we've got to get to these farms that aren't crossed out yet. We might still be able to save them.
Do we know when they plan to attack?
No, it doesn't say when, just says to do them one by one.
It also says to take any provisions they find at the farms and bring them and send them up the mountain.
Do we think this encampment could be the fortress we have heard? The place of this gargoyle king?
I think it is. I think it's the same place. Man, it's lucky we were staying here tonight and we heard that legend.
Hi is great.
It is good to know, but still, they need the map to get there, surely. Is it? Well, we should convene with the others tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got to give these translations to Orica in the morning, and she still has the map.
As you're saying that, a handful of miners stumble into the inn from outside. It's gotten dark at this point, and they are still coated in coal dust and dragging their picks behind them. They walk in and they kind of stumble in, looking around nervously, their bodies swaying a bit. They look confused and frightened, and one of the miners gets up from the bar and walks over to them and kind of grabs one by the shoulders and starts asking him questions. And Hob, are you all right? What's wrong with you? You look terrified. And the one named Hob just starts to babble. What? What are you saying? I don't understand. He just continues. The other one puts his hand on the shoulder of the gentleman holding Hob, and they both begin to speak in this just almost gobbledygook type language. Their words are getting more and more urgent and louder, but nobody seems to understand them. And we should get you to the priestess. Come on. And they're kind of, the miners gather around them and start leading them out. They go willingly, but they seem to still have that sense of confusion and fear in their eyes. But they're letting the couple of miners that have come up to them to check on them guide them towards the door.
Sentry approaches Callie.
Mm-hmm. Callie is looking on curiously, kind of unsure of what to make of it.
Has this sort of phenomenon happened in the...
He shakes his head. No.
So you are saying it is not a common occurrence?
Not at all. No, not at all. Never seen anything like that before. Do you know what language they were speaking? Metal person. Sentry? That's what you said your name was?
Correct.
Have you heard this before?
No, I was only taught the official languages of the Empire. This is not a language familiar to my...
I do not recognize any of these words either. It is not too often.
No, it's not.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and assume it wasn't Draconic.
No, it was not Draconic.
Okay, yeah, that'd be the only other language I would understand.
And I'm guessing I'm still passed out cold.
You are still passed out cold. This is happening
Yeah,
in the
figured.
evening. Yeah. It's not the same incomprehensible language that Kolak is singing upstairs in his bed while he's half asleep.
Sentry would, however, place a hand on Callie's shoulder and say, in the most comforting way he possibly can muster,
Do not worry. Your priestess seems at least passably competent. Do not worry for your friends.
Don't worry, your subpar priestess is probably good enough.
You say that, and then you hear a disruption outside.
Sentry would run outside, still wearing the apron.
Talus would follow the accessorized Warforged.
The be-aproned Warforged.
Yeah, who is now wielding his greatsword.
Yeah, you just summoned it from the orc camp, or from the hobgoblin camp.
Wherever.
It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't. That's what's awesome about it. That's why I love it.
I'm pretty sure that it was stuck in a tree back at the goblin camp still.
Whipped it off in the distance, and now it's in his hand. That's all that matters.
Ty, are you also following the commotion, or are you staying kind of...
Yeah, I'll follow the commotion.
Okay. You look out, and the confused and babbling miners, their pickaxes have been taken away, and they were being led in the direction of the temple, and there is a tall, barrel-chested, muscular, possibly half-orc man. He's got a bristly black beard and thick black unkempt mane of hair, and he's also covered in miner's soot, and he has come up to the other miners and has kind of grabbed the hands of the confused miners, and he's saying to the ones who were trying to lead them to the temple, I've got this under control. They just need some rest. I'm going to take them back to the mine and put them under quarantine. We don't want whatever's going on with them to spread around. I'll get the priest to come take care of them there. And the miners are arguing with him seem very, very angry that he's doing this. He's kind of pulled them behind him, the two confused ones, and the confused ones are standing there just kind of babbling in this language and staring off in different directions. And he's placed himself between them and the miners who had been drinking in the inn. And he's just I'll take care of this. I've got it taken care of.
Halt! What are you doing with these miners?
They're my employees. I need to make sure that they're put in a safe place. I don't want it spreading around to the rest of my workers.
What is spreading, and why are you not worried?
I don't know what it is, but they came out of the mine like this, and they need to be observed. I need to know what's going on. And
So in other words, they need to be sequestered immediately. Keep in mind, he's still wearing his...
yeah, that's exactly right. I don't want them walking through town. I want to take them back up by the mine. I've got a shack up there that's got some bunks. We can put them in there and have the priestess come there.
So instead of putting them in the priestess's care immediately, you're going to postpone said treatment and take them off someplace else.
No, you go get the priestess. You go get the priestess, and I'll bring them back to the mining camp.
Or, alternatively, you accompany us to meet the priestess immediately.
He spits on the ground.
Talus is going to ignore all of this and just kind of walk up as close to the miners as he can and just kind of look at them and try to see if he can figure anything out about what might be affecting them.
As you start walking up, this guy tries to interpose himself between you and them and puts this big meaty hand up. Whoa, stay away from my men.
You said you wanted them absorbed.
I said I want them away from everybody else.
You will be coming with us.
Like hell I will.
Why would you
have a
resist
question
aid?
for you. I have one question for you.
I don't have time for these questions. And he grabs the arms of the men and turns to start heading back to the mining camp.
So I talked to the miners who came out of the bar, like the ones who don't seem to be sick.
Sure.
Hey, who is this guy? Is he supposed to take these guys to the mine?
That's Stokes. He's the foreman in charge of the mines. Works for the company at Edinburgh. He's an asshole.
Do you think these guys will be safe if he takes them?
I don't think he'll hurt him. He's just being a dick. We need to get them to the priestess. I don't like the idea of them being all locked up there by the mine. The other men kind of nod in agreement. Stokes isn't even waiting. He's just walking away with these two guys. He's kind of got an arm around each of their shoulders and is kind of ushering them towards the direction of the mine. We'll get you the help you need. We need to get you back to bed.
Talus is going to just follow Stokes, just unperturbed.
What is Sentry doing?
The aproned Warforged grabs the back of Stokes' shirt and says,
offers for aid will not be ignored. The three of you will be accompanying me to the priestess immediately.
Stoke whips around and slugs Sentry in the face for putting a hand on him. It's going to do 5 points of bludgeoning damage, and he's going to try to turn around and keep walking. Get off me!
Wait, did he like actually... Goddamn.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm going to headbutt the shit out of him.
Go for it.
Alright, what do I... Oh, God damn it. I don't have a thing for unarmed rolled.
That's okay. Just roll. It's just going to be your d20 plus your strength plus proficiency, and then it's going to be 1 plus your... the damage is going to be 1 plus your strength mod.
Alright.
Yeah, unless you have some kind of unarmed something that allows your unarmed combat to be stronger than that, it's an unarmed strike is just 1 plus your strength mod damage.
You serious?
You go to headbutt him and he just kind of takes a step back from you. Back off, pal.
You know what? Sentry's just gonna go full pursuit predator, and he's just gonna follow this guy until he's too exhausted to stay away.
All right. Well, the guy is just gonna walk up to the camp. It's not very far to get to the camp. And are you guys like following him without? Are you trying to like not be noticed following him, or are you just gonna walk behind him?
Talus is just like a few feet away.
Okay.
He's just directly following.
He's like...
Ty's just gonna... While this is happening, Ty's gonna go just get the priestess.
Okay. Alright. So I'll address these things real quick. If you guys are following him that close behind him without trying to hide yourselves or stop him, he's just gonna continue to walk with these two guys. I told you to leave me be. Go get the priestess. Bring her up to the camp.
No, I want to look at them.
If you come onto the mine's property, you'll be considered trespassing, and I'll have to hire armed guards to get you off.
It sounds like it will take a while. That is all the time I need.
If you follow him, he's gonna... Oh, as you're following him, I'll switch back over to Ty. Ty, you run up to the temple is shut and locked. At least the front door to the hall is shut and locked when you get there. It's dark and late.
I may not know this. Do I know if she lives there? Like, is there like an attached residence for the priestess? Or
I'm gonna say
attendant?
You don't know, but if you're walking around the building, you do see a smaller door in the back of the hall. So you can try that.
Yeah, I'll knock on that too if I don't get a response at the front.
Yeah, you don't get a response at the front. You knock for a while and don't. You knock on that small door, and the priestess does come to the door in like a nightgown, probably a robe, and kind of looks down at you. Sir Monk, you seem flustered.
Well, there's a lot happening tonight. I translated all those letters, and it's bad stuff, and there's a guy taking some miners out from the bar, and they seem sick and hurt, and he doesn't want them to get help right away. He's going to lock them up in a building up by the mine. I think they said his name was Stokes, but the guys don't like him, and they seem like they need help pretty bad right now.
She takes this all in stride. Take me to the camp. Oh, let me throw something more appropriate on. Wait right here. And then she'll shut the door, and you'll wait a few moments, and then she'll return, and she's wearing her priestess robes that she had been wearing earlier, the ones that look like they're decorated with chainmail, and she has her holy symbol and a mace on her belt. Take me to them.
Okay. So I'll go back to like the courtyard or whatever, where it started. And I don't know. I haven't been to the mine. I don't know where it is, but I will tell the priestess if they're not at the courtyard anymore that they were going to go to the mine.
Okay. She nods to you and starts walking to the mine. I may need your help, Sir Monk, if you're willing. You can follow me.
Sure.
The rest of you, she turns to the other miners, head home to your families. I'm sure everything will be fine. I can reason with Stokes. And she follows you. Or she leads you to the mine. In the meantime, Sentry and Talus, he leads these two guys to what look like a little ramshackle house near on the mining property, and he ushers them inside the house and shuts the door behind him and kind of turns around to the both of you and points a finger in Talus's face and says, "This is private property. Get off."
I do not know what that means, and I do not particularly care.
It means that you don't have any right to be here. Get off my property.
You have approximately... Oh, sorry.
You have approximately 12 seconds to release these men before your spot.
What
You
the
have
fuck?
taken them from a public place You've taken them from a public place without prompting or requesting on their part. You are currently kidnapping and committing a crime on Empire lands. Do not resist.
Okay. Number one, what freaking Empire are you even talking about? There's no Empire here. Number two,
Sentry summons his greatsword.
These men work for me. They're under my care and protection. They couldn't say anything, an agreement or not, because they're completely incapable of saying anything right now, as you've noticed. Number three, I asked you to get the priest to help them and try to bring them somewhere they'd be safe, and you have gotten into my way multiple times. Back off and get off my property now.
And attacking.
All right.
That didn't take much.
Nope.
Roll to hit him with your greatsword. He's unarmed, by the way.
Yeah, but with an 18 strength, and I can't hit shit. So let's see how this goes.
You got this.
Oh, that's a hit. Roll your damage. Okay. That's 12 damage to this guy. You hit him for 12 damage, and he stumbles back against the door of this cabin. He is bleeding profusely, and his chest is like ripped open. You
have failed to comply with lawful orders.
You have no...
I'll be releasing these men.
Are you out of your mind? You're crazy! Help!
The best part of this...
Help!
You abducted these men in an open square.
He's just laying against the door bleeding, and he looks to Talus. You're gonna let him murder me?
No.
Sentry's gonna turn to Talus and say,
I will be retrieving these men. Heal this piece of shit up.
I will do this. Yeah, Talus is just gonna kind of try to lay the dude he complies and just try to patch him up a little bit so he doesn't bleed out.
Sure.
And I will be getting the sick miners because
Are you gonna pull him away from the door to go in?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I should be able to just pick him up and move him.
Give me it's an opposed strength check. He can still fend you off.
Can I use athletics like a grapple?
Yeah, exactly. That's how it's gonna be. It's gonna be a shove. It's his athletics against yours. Let me make a roll for him. All right, yeah, you kind of just push him out of the way, and he falls over, and you open the door, and these two guys are just literally standing in the middle of this tiny shack of a house, and just babbling incoherently at each other. All
right, Sentry is gonna turn. He's gonna lift his greatsword up, and he's gonna jam it into the wood next to the half-orc's head, and then lead the two sick men out and towards the priestess's abode.
Okay, as you're leading them out, the priestess and Ty come up. What's going on here? Sentry.
Bandaging a man because he did not live.
I see.
This man abducted these miners in open view of the... We have retrieved them to bring them to you for...
Sentry, I would appreciate it if you no longer stabbed one of my citizens. I have the authority here, not you.
That's such a fun sentence. Sentry, I'd appreciate it if you don't stab
Your request has been cataloged for further consideration.
You realize that you have no authority anymore. There is no empire. This is my town.
Sentry looks up at her, does not disagree, but also does not verbally comply.
I will take these men under my care. Next time, restrain him if you must, although I do believe that we are imposing upon the property of the mine and we should leave. Mr. Stokes, you and I need to have a conversation. And she casts Healing Word on him, and as you're stitching him up, Talus, the wounds begin to knit themselves together.
Good. I wanted to save that one in case he died.
She shrugs.
One request, priestess. I would like to look at these men.
To what end?
To see if I have any insight. This is all I requested of this man. And this is all I will request of you.
She nods. All of you can come to the temple then, him included. Sentry, if you promise not to use your sword on anyone, I'll let you escort Mr. Stokes. I'm sure he won't like that, but I'm sure he will comply after you nearly murdered him.
Talus is going to help Stokes up.
Okay. Stokes gets up. I'm not going anywhere with you, or with this thing. Get off my property.
You've been given a direct order by a superior. You will comply.
He spits on the ground at your feet.
Athletics roll!
Are you trying to grapple?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh my god.
Yay!
You grab him and start pushing him down the hill. Back towards town. Eventually you make your way to the temple where, Sentry, you sit Stokes down where the priestess tells you to. And the babbling men are made comfortable. Talus, go ahead. Do your examination. I'm not quite sure what's wrong with them.
The best, but Talus is just going to kind of examine them, look at their eyes, check for any marks. Just do a little examination to see if he can discern what's causing them.
You look them over, and again, their eyes are kind of wide and confused and darting all over the place. There's no obvious signs of like illness, and they babble kind of under their breath this language that you're not quite sure of. There's still soot all over their or not soot, but there's still like coal mine dust all over their arms and hands. And you notice that under their fingernails is like a gray, like grays and reds, not just the coal dust. But there's no real sign of sickness at all.
I do not recognize this. It is not one I have seen before, but it does not appear to be any normal sickness. Have you seen anything like this, priestess?
Orica shakes her head no. I'm not sure what's happening here. These men seem to be... I'm not sure it's sickness, or if it's something else. Something of the mind. Stokes...
Priestess, if I might interject.
She nods.
This man here seemed quite eager to get them out of sight of the other crowd goers. And he
pushes gently on Stokes' back, like ushering him towards her.
Sure. Mr. Stokes, what do you know about this? What's going on at your mine? He shakes his head. I don't know shit about this. They're scaring the hell out of me. I didn't want them scaring off the other miners, babbling like that. They walked out of the mine all terrified and started heading into town. I tried to catch up to them when I saw them wandering like that. They had been left down there. Everybody else had left the mine. They came up late. I saw them from my bedroom window. I was just sitting there eating, looking out the window, and there they come with their picks dragging behind them, wandering out of the mine in the dark. No lamps, no candles, just dragging their picks. I thought we'd keep them under lock and key so we didn't stir up the town. You come to us. I don't know what's going on. Then this guy came over. Then this guy came over, starts telling me what to do, starts shoving me around, trying to grab me and assault me, then he cuts me open right in my house. You need to get your people under control. Keep them off our property. You know the mine isn't under your supervision. I'd like my men back. If you can't heal them, they're coming with me. I'm going to get somebody out from Reddenburg, take a look at them. She's peaked an eyebrow at this point. She hasn't said anything. She's just kind of looking at him.
Priestess, do you know what sort of affliction has...
She looks at them, examining them further and turning her back to Stokes. No, Sentry, I do not. It's not physical. As I said, it seems to be some kind of madness.
Perhaps a curse? Do these men have enemies?
This is Hob and this is Ren, and no, I don't know of any enemies they would have. I think they get along in the town with everyone else, but you'd have to ask. I would ask around. I don't know them well. Not as well as some.
Without more information, there is little I can. We will seek for answers tomorrow, if they can last that long. I do not know.
They will still here in the temple. Actually, take them to their homes. I will show you where. And, Mr. Stokes, bring your representative from Reddenburg. I will speak to them. We'll find out more in the morning. I think there's little we can do this evening. I think you're correct.
Yeah, Talents will nod and wait to see where, or
Okay.
wait to hear where they,
Sure.
The sentry would just give me a second. Sentry takes a step forward and looks to the priestess.
I will keep them under observation for the time.
She nods. As you wish. Just don't hurt anyone.
Sentry nods.
You're just gonna let him do whatever he wants? He attacked me. She looks at him. No doubt you provoked him, Mr. Stokes. We all know how pleasant you can be.
Sentry neither refutes this nor agrees to it.
Talents also offers no insight.
Unhelpful.
It's a very unhelpful witness.
Sentry does, however, calmly remove his apron and puts it away.
Okay. It's his apron. He brought it to the kitchen with him. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
It's just part of his cooking utensils. Okay.
Kiss the cook, do not resist.
You guys take the the people home under the priest's direction, and Stokes is left to go his separate way now that he's not now that he doesn't have control of these men, and the priestess bids you return in the morning, especially after hearing what Ty has said about those letters. And you all retire for the evening with these number of developments that have gone on. Sentry, if you're going to watch over these men who are ill, they do not sleep. You stand in sentry mode over them, and they are laid down in their beds, but they just lay there continuing to babble and stare wide-eyed at the ceiling throughout the night.
Okay.
And if you'll give me a moment, I need to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a second with what happens in the morning. Yeah.
Quick question. Can I make an intelligence check to notice any discernible pattern in the babbling?
Sure. Go ahead and do that. I'll let you know what you find out. All right, we're back.
Kolak.
So the next morning, Kolak and Lucy, you're back to mostly fine. Probably a bit hungover, but mostly fine. And you head down to the common room. What is everybody morning routine like?
Kolak gets as much food as possible and just shoves it in his mouth. That's kind of like the way in which he wakes up, is by eating copious amounts of food, mostly meat, more or less uncooked. Bloodier the better, honestly. Whilst also, of course, giving praise to Morrigan.
Of course.
Praise be to the blood goddess.
Gotta do your breakfast prayers.
Of course.
I don't think Lucy is this used to being hungover, so she's maybe a little grumpy. She's coming downstairs, just grateful that, fell asleep and didn't miss anything. And she's just ready to eat breakfast and just see where this lovely day goes, because there's nothing wrong in her book. Nothing to worry about.
Because nothing could have possibly happened.
Ty, what's your morning routine like?
Is there any, like, running water or pool or anything, a pond near the village?
Yeah. I would say that there's absolutely there's a stream, actually. There's a stream near the village by the mill that runs along edge of the village.
Then I would, in the morning, I'll get up, have something simple to eat, and early, like dawn, and I would spend time meditating upstream of the mill.
Awesome. You go there and you spend some time meditating as you are kind of ruminating on the natural order of things and communing with nature in a way as you meditate. This is a beautiful place, right? You're high up in the hills. You kind of can see out into the grasslands beyond. And as you look over, you can see the ridge upon which there is an old keep in this town, by the way. It's not a big keep. It's just an old, kind of still well kept keep, and that kind of shadows the hills beneath it. And you just take in the sight of this place. It's quite serene, in spite of the early summer haze that kind of hangs on the hills. Thoughts of your mentor come to your mind, and you're reminded of why you're here, and that you still have yet to find the family of the shepherd.
Yeah, so I take in the views. The shrine where I grew up was sort of down in the lowlands in the woods, and never really had these expansive vistas to take a look at. And I'll just kind of thinking back on, the opportunity presented yesterday to, prove myself with this task for the town, the good luck of, hearing the legend of the keep at the inn last night, and just sort of like the rightness of everything around, and just I will just assume that these are all indications that I am on the right path and I'm doing what is in my nature to do, and that I will be able to complete my quest, because these are all signs I'm in the right place to do it.
You absolutely are. You're 100% in the right place. You complete your meditations with a sense of optimism and just rightness. You are headed in the correct direction. Talus, you and the pups are about as well. Out on your morning, out on their morning constitutional outside the inn.
Walkies!
And you kind of see Ty coming back from the hills after his meditation while you're out with the dogs.
Are things well?
It's a beautiful day and we're alive to see it.
This is pretty well. I will accept this as good. I think Talus, he has, of course, taken his pups out for their walk, their constitutional. And also, there are probably the remnants somewhere on the ground pretty nearby of his own little meditation where he set up some runes and various, probably more bone-centric than normal,
Sure,
accoutrements to worship the ancestral spirits, and also maybe just a little bit, even if that's less traditional.
A little bit what?
A little bit less traditional to show a little more deference to no one.
Ooh,
to
okay.
the original spirit
Yeah.
than most would. And yeah, he doesn't really cover his tracks or anything. There's kind of just this little setup where one might see that probably no one here would recognize. So you
Sure.
might think just some scraps on the ground to a demonic summoning ritual, depending on your suspicions in general.
You guys gather in the inn. Sentry, you return. The priestess shows up early to gather those two men who were up all throughout the evening and sends you to meet the rest of your party and tell them to come to the temple at their earliest convenience. And she takes them back to the temple. They spent the entire night babbling, and in spite of your efforts to try and find some trace of pattern, you could not discern anything. It just seemed to be them talking incoherently throughout the night.
So who's going to tell
Greetings,
Kolok
priestess.
and Lucy?
Who's going to tell Kolak what?
Who's going to tell
Dragonborn.
Kolok and Lucy?
Right.
I was thinking Sentry would.
Okay.
All right.
Fine by me.
Sentry sees Kolak and Lucy at one of the tables when he arrives at the tavern, and approaches the table.
Go on. Good morning. Unless morning doesn't really mean anything to you, since you don't sleep.
It does not.
Hi, Sentry.
Hello. Last night we had a bit of an issue. I felt that you two should be briefed on it immediately as soon. I trust that both of you are in clear state of mind.
Yeah. What's up? What happened?
Two miners arrived late after everybody else had already left the mine. They were babbling incoherently and causing a fuss. Their foreman came to retrieve them. We detained him and brought them to the priestess, who instructed us to wait until this morning and arrive at the...
Oh.
Okay. Do we know what's causing it at all, or?
No.
Oh, good.
It's quite perplexing. It's quite perplexing. The priestess has requested our presence this morning.
Well, I'm annoyed. I kind of want to do my duel with you this morning. After I got done with breakfast, anyway.
Indeed. I wish to clash swords with you as well, but it will have to wait.
There better not be something happening literally every day, otherwise I'm never going to get to it.
It's actually going to be the very last
Yeah, wouldn't that be like the thing, is that we keep having to put off our fight?
You destroy the world in your duel of gods.
We just keep having to put it off until we're both level 20.
You guys meet. You guys head back to the temple, and the priestess is there looking over the map when you arrive.
Hey, Orca. How's it going?
Holiness.
She looks up at all of you. I would appreciate some deference, young Lucy. Simply calling
What's
me...
the deference?
You can refer to me as Priestess or Priestess Orica. Thank you.
Oh, okay. How's it hanging, Priestess Orica?
That is somewhat of an improvement.
What would be hanging?
Things could be better. Ty, do you have the letters?
Yeah, it doesn't look too good.
What did you find out?
So I'll show her the letters and tell the rest of the group who wasn't here when I finished translating them that the orders were coming from someone called Merrick the Iron Shadow, and the camp had been ordered to establish a defensible camp and discreetly attack travelers on the road. Then later, once the second camp was established, to attack the road more aggressively and get more supplies for the main encampment. And then they got permission to attack the farms. And I give the letters and the translations to the priestess.
She takes them and thanks you for them.
So we have farms that are about to be destroyed, and we have miners that are out of their minds.
That is correct. Don't worry about the miners. I have word being sent to Reddenburg along with Mr. Stokes' letter in order to ask one of the higher priestesses to come to the town to examine the men. They are beyond my care at the moment, and I believe beyond yours.
So, what do you need us to do then?
Continue to deal with these hobgoblins if we can hire you to do so. That is why you're here initially, is it not?
I don't see a problem then.
Unless
It is
all of
a
you...
question of focus. What location would you have us strike next? For there is a second camp, but also a main encampment.
They seem to be striking the road and the farms from the camps near the road, based on these letters. I think it would be best if you dealt with the second camp first. We don't know anything about this body of force that they supposedly have at this point here, and she points to the keep on the map. Maybe we can find out
and
more.
When she points to that, I said, oh, "Is that the Gargoyle Prince's keep?"
She rolls her eyes and
What?
looks at you. Ty, you've been listening to the innkeeper's stories.
We have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fairy tales.
Regardless of any of that, I don't mind going and hitting the other camp. But in the meantime, I think it'd probably be a really good idea if you send a couple runners out to the different farmsteads. Have them come into town for a little bit, just in case they end up getting hit before we're able to do our job.
She nods. I think you're correct. That would be smart. I'll have letters drawn up today and sent out with messenger boys. Worst case scenario, they can return to the keep here, or they can return to the town here, and we have plenty of room to fortify them. While you do
We
your
don't know
work.
if this other camp is the only one that's around. Could have been the only one that was established at the time, and there were more that were being set up. So, as far as I'm concerned, the danger is going to be consistent until we do a good, full, proper scout around.
She nods. Are you agreeable on 20 gold to handle the second camp, as before?
Yeah.
Sure.
This seems acceptable to me.
Loath as I am to agree with the Dragonborn, I am in agreement.
Of course you are, because I'm right.
This camp looks to be about a day and a half's travel from here. You should set out immediately. Clean out the cart. Take it. Perhaps you can attract the attention as you did last time, and if not, you know exactly where their camp is. So maybe taking the cart, she thinks. There's no need for
it's
that.
still a good idea. What it would do is it would attract essentially a forward force. If we attack the camp directly, then we're going to be dealing with their full numbers. But if we're able to draw out a forward force, a scouting force of any particular kind, take them out first, that's going to lessen their numbers when we go to assault the main forces.
She nods. You have a mind for battle. The goddess must favor you, Kolak.
If she didn't, then I'd be a little more than a beast.
All right.
I believe our best opportunity would be to wait for them to attack farms, and then ambush the attacker.
Bad idea. We have no idea which farms are going to be attacking and in what order. We know which farms the other camp was going to attack because they had the circles around them, but we don't know if the other camp is going to be attacking the same farms and in what order they're going to do it. Each farm is a long way away from each other, so if we guess wrong, there's a farm set on fire and we haven't accomplished anything.
We could perhaps attempt a stealth operation to recover documents from the second camp.
Oh yeah, because the stealth worked real well with the first camp.
Could we split up and try to reach multiple farms at the same time?
We're already going to be incredibly outnumbered. Splitting up is a bad idea, just period.
Yeah.
Priestess is going to send people to warn the farms.
I am.
I thought.
No. She was agreeing with you. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, she's just confirming. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
She's saying I am. That is what I am doing. Yes.
Let's go ahead and take the cart. We'll draw out a forward force. Probably be a good idea if everybody wore disguises of some sort, because they might be aware of us at this point. We'll draw out a forward force, take them out, and then rest for a little bit, recuperate, and then attack the main camp after we take out the forward force. We gotta be careful, because if we don't take out the entirety of the forward force, they're gonna warn everybody else. And they probably already know the other camp got hit. So, they're gonna be much more prepared this time if they know.
I think it definitely wasn't a close fight or anything last time.
That's kind of why I'm kind of in favor of making sure we draw out as many people as possible before attacking the camp. We didn't really fare amazingly well attacking the camp the last time, and they weren't even prepared for us, so...
What's the name of the town that this road connects us to?
It's the road between Ridgeford and Reddenburg.
And there's a dignitary from Reddenburg here?
No, not at the moment. She's sent for someone. Well, the mining company is owned by a company. The mine is owned by a company out of Reddenburg. Yes, there is. The sheriff of the town is a representative of Reddenburg, or he was appointed by the Lord of Reddenburg. He was appointed by Lord Groff to be sheriff.
Perhaps we can enlist further assistance from officials in Reddenburg.
But then they would be paid and not us.
I hired you because I received no response from the fortress when I sent word of the raids on the road. My initial assumption is that the messenger was caught in the raids, but then they returned, and they were apparently turned away unheard.
That's rude.
Reddenburg's probably got their own problems they're dealing with at the moment.
I have my concerns.
This location is considered tactically important enough for them to have sent a dignitary, let alone an entire mining operation. And considering that we now have both concrete evidence of a operation force within the woods connecting the two towns, to repudiate our requests for assistance.
Honestly, I think that it's going to be a waste of time if we try to go all the way to Reddenburg to get some assistance.
How far away is Reddenburg? Like 3 days?
2 days travel.
2 days.
By the time we end up actually getting hurt in the first place, because I'm guessing this place is probably run by people who do all that. Oh, you got to schedule an appointment. Brr, 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 brr. By the time we actually get anybody, the raids are going to continue. We're going to have a bunch of farms set on fire. And they're going to be in more of a rush now because they know one of their camps got hit.
By all means, I believe that we should at least do initial reconnaissance. But if we risk another debacle like yesterday, or if we risk not getting the entire camp in the first attack, then we should at least consider requesting assistance from Reddenburg.
We'll hit the camp first, after we draw out a forward force. After we do that, then we can go ahead and head to Reddenburg and see what's going on. Let them know that there's a much larger force that's getting ready to attack the entire area. They've got to listen at that point. And if they don't, we start beating people until they do.
I do not know. Is this how diplomacy works here all of the time? Is it usually punching based?
No, it's not normally how it's done. It's just how I like to do it.
The priestess is listening to all of you discuss this, and she puts her 2 cents in after a little bit. I have my fears about Reddenburg and their willingness to actually assist this place, and the sheriff was appointed here years ago. He's been here quite a while. Good man. Good dwarf. But their interest in this place, beyond taxing us, is light. I would hope that they would send aid. Perhaps you can convince them, but I have strong doubts that that will happen. if you plan to... I am paying you to deal with the camp, primarily. If you feel so inclined, once that is completed, to head to Reddenburg and request aid for the town, I would be grateful if you were to succeed. Although this is not a part of our contract. I will tell you that I am encouraged that you have taken such interest in protecting the town and my people beyond simple monetary gain. That is encouraging.
Well, yeah, it's kind of sad that they're dying and stuff.
Regardless, we leave in half an hour. I will prepare the cart.
Also, your prisoner had this. I confiscated it from him. I do not know if you wish to utilize it. And she pulls out Gob's wand.
Oh yeah, where is Gob? How cool is that doing?
Sentry's gonna take that.
Gob is... your prisoner has been relocated to the town jail in the keep up on the hill. He will be kept under lock and key until we decide further what to do with him.
Fine with me.
I don't know, that seems sad. You should help us.
Woman, he tried to kill us.
He has meals.
You did a really bad job at it.
He has meals. He will receive meals. He has room and shelter. And I assure you that Thelgrim will treat him very well.
This seems sufficient for now. So long as he remains safe, that seems to be his primary concern.
He's safe.
Right.
We're moving out. Let's get going.
Very well.
Clean up the cart. We're gonna use it as bait.
Okay. You guys get ready to head out to assault the second camp. What's up?
Oh, I'll just DM it to you. It's not really relevant to the stream.
Okay. You head out, and we will pick up next week with you all on the way to job number 2. And yeah, we'll find out what happens. What's that?
I said thank you so much for DMing.
Oh, of course. Thanks for playing. For those of you that are in the chat, we have a new follower who has requested our assistance in getting his channel to affiliate. We're going to go ahead and raid him after this, so if you want to help out with that, let's go do that. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and we will see you tonight, 7 o'clock, for the Dance Macabre. Thanks for playing, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tonight.
Lots of fun. Later, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.